Losers. The demons are going to get sealed in here. That's their fate. They're going to be sealed in here forever. Forever and ever and ever. So you want to follow Team Evil, go ahead. You can stay here forever. How about that? That's what's going to happen to them. You can stay here forever and ever and ever. Oh yeah. Come on, Team Evil. Come on. What is it showing for likes on my video? Can anybody see that? What's showing up for the likes on this video? Tell me what number it shows. $300 watching right now. It's showing. Is this a little bit of sorcery? You see that? Usually there'd be 30 likes right now.
I could see it in your restless eyes. The truth I was hiding.
311 watching right now.
The truth you could not disguise.
This realm and its creator. Do you worship a creator, Dark Realm? Benton definitely has sock accounts, that's for sure. $335 watching now. This is great. Keep those numbers going. I'm going to put a spell over this whole fucking place. I'm going to put a spell over this whole fucking place.
Bex, your magic is very interesting. I saw a Lumitard fucking... It's working.
I know, it's because Miss Yolander talked about that Kundalini spell. Whether you're fucking or fighting, you're not planning your next move.
I'm going to put a spell over this whole fucking place. I'm going to put a spell over this whole fucking place. I'm going to put a spell over this whole fucking place.
Now I know how it works, so thank you. Thank you very much for the acknowledgement.
You're welcome, Bex. And by the way, Hank, is your blood coagulated yet enough today?
Who knows?
I have to reconcile with that little devil in me that just likes to But it's like I don't do it on purpose. This guy is making a fool of himself all on his own. He doesn't really need me to laugh at him. He's like, I believe I'm not the only one who's fucking having a good laugh right now. So yeah.
Yeah, King Stephen has to do something about all these artists. They're just watching him and laughing at him. Oh my. He has to do something about the artists.
Okay, it's like a gang of autists.
Yeah.
Well, that's not bad. I mean, let's start a band called the Autistics.
I'm gonna put a spell over this whole fucking place. I'm gonna put a spell over this whole fucking place. I'm gonna put a spell over this whole fucking place. I'm gonna put a spell over this whole fucking place. I'm gonna put a spell over this whole fucking place.
Ms. Bex.
Cold. JG,
Ms. Bex.
is it cold in there?
Ms. Bex.
You look freaking cold. And your mic is muted, by the way. Okay, and okay, this guy is talking now. Damn it, I'm missing it. This is your fault, JG.
Easy. It's easy to do.
Ms. Bex.
You will be reported beyond YouTube if this continues. You're getting into territory where you're really mental. You need some mental help. You're talking about me in public. You've got issues, real issues. So if you want to be reported, keep going. But I suggest that you stop the behavior that you're doing, is smearing, slandering, the behavior of talking about me, calling me a serial killer, all this stuff. You can be reported for some of this
Genuine
stuff.
question.
Them diamonds.
Yeah, them diamonds. He's a diamond.
Diamonds don't have sense. You mean they don't laugh?
They only
They
know how
only
to
give
do it.
medical advice.
By the way, did you see him talking to Mr. Jimmy Shively last night over there on Zombie Tom's channel?
Oh no! Now you're bringing the news. Hold on a second.
I'm sorry. I got the news. I tell you, I'm good. These people.
Okay, I want to hear this.
Well, I tell you, these people think I watch their shows.
Ms. Bex. Ms. Bex. Ms. Bex. Ms. Bex.
I'm gonna put a spell over this whole fucking place.
No, because they don't see it, Tommy. Like Jimmy Shively is so culted up. He doesn't see the lies, the manipulation, the spin. He doesn't see the gross nature of what he's partaking in. He's completely fucking closed off to it, bro. And he's completely fucking closed off to it, bro. And he's completely fucking closed off to it, bro.
And the 32-inch inseam. I'm all leg. My ass is heart-shaped when I'm bent over, too. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
Hey everyone, I just want to give you a shout out to all of my subscribers. Mad love to you. I'm on a walk here and it's a little bit chilly, but it's not too bad. It's snowing a little bit, raining a little bit. It's kind of not quite freezing rain, but it's getting there. It's getting a bit slippery. Anyway, I hope you're having a great day today. Here's the ice there. See? Here you go. Thanks for subscribing to the Sandy Machine. It's the cream of the crop channel on YouTube. And we bring the madness. We bring the madness. Thanks for watching, everyone. Take care, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
You can come up on panel and talk to me like a man, dude. Right? You don't have to sit here in the chat. You don't have to sit here in the chat putting emojis, Jimmy. I'm here. You can talk to me, dude. Right? Come on, man. We know you got the cheddar. We know you got a fucking smartphone, dude. You're supporting a 6'3" obese gorilla's food and cannabis habit. You're likely paying for half the rent he has to pay that 54-year-old skag that he lives with, Jimmy. You can get up here and talk to me. Give me a break.
It's like we'll do things different over here. And we do different than that different guy does different over there. Shout out to Mr. London, a.k.a. James, a.k.a. Black Daddy, a.k.a. Black Jesus, a.k.a. Brixton Boy, a.k.a. London Spielberg, a.k.a. oh so many things.
Mic check, mic check.
Hey, hey.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Salute to the chat room. Lovely chat room. Bear with me a second. Where's my... There we go. It's over there. Oh, no, wrong one. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm new to this.
That intro, Lyndon.
Oh, intro. You like that one? Something new I've been working on.
I can't stop laughing. I was on the floor. I almost died. You put things together in a way that I haven't seen anyone else do, so big up on that.
No doubt. Respect. Oh, mic check. How am I sounding in the chat room? I didn't even ask. Okay, Lizzo gave me a 1. Small town girl gave me a 1. Let me hear myself back. Give me a second.
I thought I was echoing, or there was an echo.
Mic check. Is that any better?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Rolling. Salute to the grand old chat room. Salute. Much love. Thank you, brother Shively. Hey, I'm still waiting for my Shively packages to come through that post. I ain't received a Shively package. Care package. A Shively care package. You got them care packages. Nice.
London, someone in the chat is asking about who the maker of this song.
Maker of this song, I'm not 100%, to be honest. I'm not 100%.
Lizzo was asking about it the other day too, so it's a
Okay.
good song. So I was just curious.
Okay. I'll find that out, no doubt. I'll find that out. Salute to the grand old chat room. Brian Evans in the building. Infamous school sniper in the building. Salutes. Noble Don McRon in the building. Angel Wings in the building. Much love. Salutes to everybody in the building, man. So we got Provo in there. Okay. Salutes. Mushroom in the building. Okay. Nice. Provo in the building. Yeah. Man, TT. Will I am. Okay. Good folks down there. Good folks.
Indeed.
Good folks. So yeah, I mean, I was meant to, have a stream set up today, but that's no longer taking place, unfortunately. So we're gonna have to reschedule, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll keep you updated. We'll definitely keep you updated. It's a shame, man, because I was ready to go.
I was excited about it too.
Yeah. Indeed. But, hopefully we can get it moving again real quick. real quick. How you feeling today anyway, Pam?
Oh, it's been a great day today.
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of work done, and I was looking forward to the build over on the big channel, got the camera set up and all that, but it's always fun to hang out at the Rebuttal Bar.
There you go. There you go. We do it different. We do it different. Much love. On the flip side, 420 if you got that. 420 if you got that. Yeah.
Yeah, my dab tolerance break ended today. It's been awesome.
Tolerance. Alki in the building. What's going on, Alki? What's going on? What's going on? Okay, you got Bluebird in the building. That name seems familiar. Can't remember where I've seen that name, but salutes to you. Salutes to you. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Let me go ahead and throw that link out there real quick. Happy Friday, folks. Happy Friday. Come up and say hello. Come up and say hello.
Indeed.
Come up and say hello. No trolls, no trolls. No trolls. Please. No trolls. Oh man, yeah, I've been having a good day today so far. It's been good. Children are tucked up now. Children are tucked up. Everyone's resting. So here we are. Rebuttal Bar. Hey, Rule by Saturn in the building. There you go. Much love, much love. Much love to you, man. You got some good folks in the building. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Okay. Yeah, man. Good stuff. Good stuff.
It's nice to see everybody.
Come up, man. Salutes. Good day, you lot. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Heidi's in the house.
Oh shit. 313 in the place to be. 313 in the place to be. There you go. Salute, salutes. Much love. Uh-oh. Someone's peeking through the window. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mr. Joe Pool's in the building. Easy to hey. First rounds on the bar. First rounds on the bar. First rounds on the bar. All right, ladies and gentlemen. First one's on the bar. I wonder who's going to buy me a drink tonight. There's something I wanted to show as well. Where's this? 1 second.
This feral dog, with its remarkable acting prowess, could have easily earned a coveted golden Oscar. This leopard ensnared a large golden-colored dog. Fearing the prospect of falling into the clutches of other predators, the leopard hoisted the canine high up in a tree for safety. This decision would turn out to be its worst. The dog, aware of the dire situation, pretended to be dead. When it comes to engaging in a fight with a leopard, dogs are no match. The intelligent dog seemed to be aware of this and plotted its survival. In a daring move, the clever dog pretended to release its entire body, tilting its head as if lifeless. Just as the leopard surveyed its surroundings, the dog swiftly leaped down and sprinted into the distance
There
as the
you go.
bewildered leopard stood frozen, watching the astute dog vanish into the wilderness. This feral...
There you go. There you go. What a great ending, right?
Indeed.
What a great ending. Smart little dog. Smart little dog. Salutes to that. CC in the building. Yeah, be aware of your surroundings, right? Be aware of your surroundings. Know your enemy, and you'll be all right. Matthew Reynolds in the building. I see you. There you go. Salute, salute. Don't mind me, I'm just rolling up another one real quick. Something else I wanted to show. Hopefully it's still ahead. It's one and TT.
Oh, what's up, gang?
Hey, Tony.
Hi there, Pam. I swear it's deja vu, or I was just talking to you guys.
Right?
Deja vu. I like that.
Yeah, right. Now, what are you guys up to besides watching that dog barely get away? I saw that yesterday. I was like, man, that he gets an award.
Yeah. Yeah.
What'd you think of that intro, Tony?
Oh, man. I got lucky. I got to see that ahead of time. So I got my chuckles in the other night.
Oh my God, I'm glad my cam was off and I was muted because I was like laughing out loud. It was crazy. I was like, oh my God, the way he puts that together, it's like world class.
Yeah, it's like those viral clips. Like, make a remix out of it.
Yeah.
You know how to put a humor to the metaversal drama that makes it palatable, because it's like the metaversal drama is like the mainstream media news. It's like nonstop. Like I go to sleep and I come back and lo and behold, developing news. It's insane. And then London like puts it together just so like eloquently and like with humor and flair. It's awesome.
It's a lot like a kitchen fire. You can freak out and throw water on it and make it bigger because you're panicking, or you can just calmly grab the baking soda, look at your friend, sprinkle it on there while the fire goes out, and laugh.
Mm-hmm.
How do you take it?
That's it.
How do you take it?
Yeah, boy. You there? You there?
Oh, I know. I've been that guy, Hey, can you get that spider? Hey, I got a raccoon in my house. I think my sister called me once because she had a bat in her house.
Bats in your house. Is that a regular thing in the US?
It depends where you live. In some of these smaller towns near the Ozarks, there's a lot of bluffs and cliffs that have caves where bats frequent. So at nighttime in the smaller towns, you'll have bats that come into town, from nearby places. It's pretty common.
Yeah, I mean, the only time I see the bats in the house is when I'm out in the sticks. Where in the sticks. When I'm at the Mrs. Auntie's house, that's when we get the bats. I see, but sometimes when I look outside of my window, I can see a bat, right, doing a figure of 8 right outside. Have I told you before? Was it you that told us someone else? It might have been Dino.
No, you never told me.
It might have been Dino. Every other month I used to see a bat out there, and it does a figure of 8, but it moves so fast. The way it does it, Tony, it's like, wow, look at the speed on this little thing. It's a small bat, but it moves so fast.
Right. It knows how to glide out of the way at the last moment. I used to live down at the lake, and we'd actually go out on the lake at night, and you'd have a light at the front and a light at the back, and they dive right at the boat, and at the last second they just swoop right out of the way. It scares the crap out of you, and they'll never hit you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Their echolocation is pretty advanced. Not as advanced as dolphins, but pretty advanced.
Mm. Indeed. Been a while. Desi Kent in the building. Salutes, Desi. Salutes. Yeah, been a while. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got a few people down there I haven't seen in a while.
Mm-hmm. What did the angel say? When I was a little kid, I used to live in an old schoolhouse with the bell still up there. Had bats. Okay, yeah, okay. Used to live in an old schoolhouse. Okay, wow. With a bell. Brilliant.
Wow.
Mm. Wicked. Good stuff. And you know what as well? I used to see them like dead in the field or in the park or something. And you can tell it's a bat. Like even though it's decomposing, you can tell it's a bat sometimes. You're like, oh, look at that. And it's like a little dead bat.
Yeah, it's not like seeing a bird.
No, exactly.
If you were watching those shorts, I saw the same one. They showed this. It could have been CGI'd, who knows? But it was a bird someone found in China that had a reptile's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy looking. They're like, look at this bird, and it looks like a silvery black, kind of checkered looking bird, like a pretty one, almost like a little falcon. But then its mouth was rounded, and you expected it to be a beak, and then it opened up like a lizard's mouth and got wide. It was a trip.
Mm-hmm.
Find a new species all the time, just like they recently confirmed that the Kraken was real.
Oh yeah, I can believe that.
Yep.
The
size of the suction cups and the stuff that they found at the bottom of the ocean, they say are bigger than a large squid. That, however big they could fathom their size, where this would be much bigger of what they found.
Mm-hmm.
Confirming it all over the place, London. They're finding the big beasts,
Mm-hmm. I found them as well. Mm-hmm.
Right.
I found a whole bunch of beasts. Oh, hey, crazy. Micro to macro. That's all I can say. It's real. They don't hear me though.
Hey, you know what? That's just where you got to get to the point where you just shouting the truth louder than they can scream the lies,
Mm-hmm. Big facts.
Because I'll be honest, I hear a lot of talking in other places, but it really kind of just seems like talking. There's not a lot of substance.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. That's why I don't really go to many places, bro. I don't do it. I don't go to many places like that.
I came to YouTube looking for truth, and I found a lot of entertainment with a little bit of truth.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you got gypped out of your bag of potato chips, you open it up and it's like, this thing is 30% full.
You get it.
Come on now, just give me a smaller bag. I'll pay the same amount. Don't be a dick.
Exactly. You know what I should have done as well? I wonder what I should have. But nah, I'll leave that. That's something I wanted to show.
Yeah? Got something else up your sleeve there?
What you hitting us with now, London?
It's nothing too wild. It was just I can't even find it. Oh yeah. Check out these oh, where's it gone? These sheeps here, right?
Meet the fainting goat. And you might be curious about why these goats are fainting. The reason why they faint is because this particular breed of goat has a hereditary condition called myotonia congenita, which is a disorder that affects the skeletal muscle, causing them to stiffen or fall over when they get overly excited or startled, hence the name fainting goats. But don't worry, they aren't actually fainting. It doesn't hurt them. It's all part of their quirky charm. These goats can stand, run, and play just like any other goat when they're not startled. But when they are, they freeze up like statues, often with their legs in the air. Fainting goat is a breed of goat that was brought to Tennessee, United States in the 1880s. Over the years, they've become cherished pets, thanks to their gentle nature and, of course, their propensity to faint. They are very popular and often kept as pets due to their friendly and social nature.
Wild, right? You ever seen that shit before?
Yeah, it's kind of well known around here, actually.
Oh shit. When I saw that, I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. I was like, what the hell? Fainting goats.
Yeah, it went viral there for a while. People were making videos of running up behind and scaring the crap out of their goats to watch them faint. And, you know, of course, it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen that shit, bro. That was... Wow. Yeah,
You're missing
crazy.
out.
Yeah, scapegoat.
They do too, man. They just fall right over. Except don't actually try that on goats, because that's like with the nice ones, and only like half of them are nice. The other one will headbutt you right in the crotch.
Yeah. You know what? Speaking of headbutting in the crotch, right? There was a goat trying to ram a guy in the crotch, but the guy just kept on jumping over him like Mario. Kept on just going zoop straight under his legs. Hilarious.
Probably pissing it off.
Yeah, but all the goat had to do was just jump while he's doing it as well.
Oh my gosh.
But the goat kept on like putting his head down to like hit the guy, but not realizing the guy's jumping.
Yeah, they're ornery, man. They're only really nice when they're small. Once they get to be adults, you really don't want to be around them. Because they have them at petting zoos everywhere here. But it's always the babies. So you give your kids some food and you let them put it in their hand, like 10 baby goats will come and swarm your kid, and it makes for a good picture. Oh yeah, besides the kids that freak out. You always got the one or two criers. It touched me.
Indeed. Indeed. Yeah.
We grew up with goats. I'll tell you, they will keep your grass mowed.
Oh, you grew up with them, yeah?
For a brief time, we had them. We had some grass that we needed to clear out, and so we got some from a friend, kind of on lease or whatever, temporarily.
Yeah. Oh.
Because I grew up on 40 acres in southern Oklahoma, and so that's a lot of land to take care of. And
oh wow, right south of me.
Oh really?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm right directly north of Oklahoma.
Oh, gotcha. Cool.
Oklahoma.
I'm in Arizona now, but oh my goodness, I miss the rain. Like I miss like tornadoes. Back when I was younger, I used to be a ham radio operator and do like go be in the passenger seat on the storm chases doing the ham radio, and we don't get that kind of weather here in Arizona. It's rather boring, except for monsoon season.
Yeah, I definitely say I think I'll take the rain back any day, because we just got like a foot of snow and like 3 weeks of blizzard weather and massive wrecks everywhere. It was a nightmare.
So it's a nightmare.
Well, it's a nightmare for everybody else, but like when you work in it, you have to go out and drive in these worst conditions when everybody else is staying home. You're like, dang it, I still got to go out. And they're like, well, we'll pay you extra. And you're like, fine. It makes you okay with it. You got to do the cost analysis, money versus risk. and then they up the money, and then you're like, okay, it's enough to not give a shit.
Mm.
Right. What's your give a shit factor? I'm sure everybody's got a dollar amount. What would you drive in this shit for? It'd be like $200? No. 300 for 5,
Mhm.
and you just stop when you get the right number. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you stay home.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
You get the right
everybody
number.
does it. My kid's sick. I got a flat tire. My babysitter called in. Whatever excuse they want. They ain't sick. Their babysitter is right where they should be. They just didn't want to work today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my boyfriend's a HVAC contractor, and I help him with the business. And there's always a price that'll make the truck roll or the van roll. Just saying.
Right. You said what?
Like emergency? Okay, you want emergency rates? We'll be right there.
Yeah, emergency rates for us start at 200 to 500.
Yeah, that's a good emergency, mate.
Well, that's just to turn on your vehicle. They still have to pay you an hourly rate and, all the other stuff.
Mhm.
Well, you're driving in the worst conditions. You're working at nighttime. There are very few people that can do it. It's, just like HVAC, just like electricians, your heat goes out in the middle of the night. You're going to want somebody there.
Yeah.
Yeah, given that we live in Arizona, people don't mess around when their HVAC goes down, considering it gets to 120 at the top of it, the end of things.
Oh, yeah. Yep. With you, it'd be the AC.
Yep.
With us right now, every store in the Midwest has sold out of space heaters because it got down to like -30 with the wind chills.
I believe it. They've been getting hit hard with the cold.
Yeah, it was rough. And they're like, hey, we got tons of outages. You want to work? And I was like, say that again? And then that dollar amount went up. Yeah, that was miserable, man. Your face is getting blistered with snow and -30-degree winds. You're like, yeah. I hope anybody working in that was getting paid right.
No kidding. I have a lot of respect for people who go out in those inclement conditions and do that, because I get to, like, I work from the computer at home, so I don't ever have to do that.
I've been working in the cold and the elements and outside for about the last 10 years. And I can tell you this was the first year that literally my bare hand was out in the cold for 10 seconds and it was burning. Like
burning.
that fast from a perfectly warm vehicle. I was like, that is crazy cold. 10 seconds.
Much love, Dean.
What's up, Dean?
Dino here as well. What's going on, Dino? What's happening, Jed? Oi. It's been a while. Hope you're well, my man. Happy New Year, Jed. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Good stuff. 420 if you got that.
I could probably figure that out.
There you go.
It took me a minute to get back up here. I had to roll one up real quick.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys this as well. In certain countries, right, they got it so nice with the cycling system. Have a look at this.
The road in Norway has been built high, so that cyclists do not face any problem. Bicycle accelerators have been installed there in this manner, in which you have to keep one foot on this slide and the other foot on your bicycle. After that, this slide takes you up without any effort at a speed of 8 kilometers per hour. So whenever you go to Norway, you must use it. The road in Norway has been...
That's not bad, right?
Right. Didn't they do that because people were trying to like bike up the hill and they were like passing out and stuff?
Oh, I
or
don't even
falling
know.
over because they'd get part of the way and run out of steam and try to get off their bike. And yeah, it was like a whole deal to where they just made the grade of the hill way too high. But you know, when you're in those areas, it's not like you really have a choice. You have to make the road with the lay of the land. It'd be like
Jeebus
in
in the
San Francisco, you imagine riding a bike down those hills.
what's it like? Is it pretty hilly over there?
In San Francisco, yeah, it's like crazy slopes down every block. It like starts at a giant peak and then like goes down in 3 different directions.
Got you. Yeah, that's wild. That's interesting though. Even when I think about it, right? Like knowing that you lot live on quote unquote the United States, how they present it to us, and just thinking that you lot could be on the bird and the fish over there, and even the serpent. I think all 3 of them's over there, and I think Jupiter's over there, meaning the head or something. That's always depicted as well in certain pictures and maps that I've come across.
Yeah.
But even just to think about, could we be living on corpses or remains of things, right? And I've been trying to think, what could Britain be? Could they present it as many things sometimes, either as a type of reptile, or they might present it as a woman? But I've been coming across a lot of depictions of the female being Britain. I don't know whether they're trying to say it's a female being, meaning it could be a creature, female, like reptile or something, or a human, I don't know. But something I wanted to ask you, right, was the word or the name Victoria. Where does that actually stem from? Do you know?
I don't know. It almost have to derive from Victor, which it almost sounds like a Greek word.
Okay.
For victory, because you have the male form Victor itself, plus the word victory. I haven't really looked up the etymology on Victoria. I haven't so much on names as just specific words. But that'd definitely be an interesting one to look at for sure.
Yeah.
Because have you seen the maps that show the ley lines in Britain called the 33 nodes? Like it has a spine running right down the middle of it.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen that one.
The etymology of the Queen Victoria, or Victoria, goes back to Queen Victoria of United Kingdom.
Okay. But I mean, even before her, was there anyone Victoria there, or was she the first one with it? I mean, she couldn't have been the first Victoria, surely, no? Is she?
I would think not.
Because as I've been looking around on this, realm that we live on, or globe, whatever you want to call it, flat Earth, whatever. But most of these waterfalls and lagoons and stuff, they always seem to be like Victoria Lakes or Victoria Oceans, right? And when I've been doing a bit of research, some of these things is like the eye of the beast. It's where the mountain and the eye, like you get the waters, and then in the middle of the waters you'll have like the mound, and it'll be like Victoria something, or it's a lot of things of Victoria that is named with the waters. And some of the maps that I've been coming across, it shows like a woman as a continent, but she's under the water, but she's got like a crown on and stuff, right? But
well, that's interesting you say that, London, because I'm looking at some material right now, and it says it also goes back to the Roman goddess of victory.
There you go.
It was equivalent of the Greek goddess Nike.
There you go.
There we go. Figured that might have been Greek.
Yeah. Okay. Respect, Pamela. Respect to that. Yeah. Okay. I see what's going on. So could it be the female? Something to do with the female? Then it has to be with the female. Maybe okay, because I mean,
Is it a
female does.
mermaid?
No, I'm thinking of like, but the female does lay the egg, you know. But why? How can I put this together now? Hold on a second. Yeah, cool. Let me find that picture first.
You ever seen the serpent female?
The serpent female? What do you mean?
It's old Chinese lore that there used to be these wise old females that were half either snake or dragon. It was in a movie, if you remember the movie called The Golden Child with Eddie Murphy from the 80s.
I can't remember that part though, but yeah.
Yeah, they're talking to this oracle lady behind this screen, and then when they down the screen, it shows she's got a snake's tail with a rattle on it.
Oh yeah, see, because that's how they depict the serpent god. Yeah, the serpent goddess. Yeah, for real. Over in was it China? Did you say? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, apparently Nike's often depicted, that goddess is often depicted as a winged goddess.
A winged goddess.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay. What is that? The original sign?
What it looks like.
Nice work, Pam.
This one right here.
Oh wow.
Daughter of Titan Pallas and the goddess Styx. Has several siblings, including Kratos, Baia, Zealous, and some other ones too.
Huh.
England over here, Scotland, Ireland, all of that here. Cause you know what as well made me think. I know, like when they're showing us even the globe, right? There's things hidden in plain sight, like hiding in the waters. Like there's silhouette of things that is there for a reason. You might think it's pareidolia, but I'm pretty sure there's things hiding within the waters. Pretty sure of it. Pretty sure. Just like how I showed you guys the map of Africa with that little snake thing coming out from it, and then I showed you the nebulas at the exact same thing. There's things hidden in plain sight. They're just changing the colors or the definition, whatever they're doing. You know,
right.
It's all there. Whether this is meant to be something or not, but this is a good little benchmark to show you what's really going on. Yeah.
Right, because they seem to be obsessed with it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's always depicted as an animal or a person.
Yeah.
Because there's the other map that depicts all the different countries as individual people. And I think those are all women too.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's wild because even like, you know, Allah, a lot of people around the world, as soon as they hear Allah, they think of Islam, they think of the Father, right? But there's people on the other side of the world believe Allah is a woman. You understand? They know it for a fact.
You know, if you turn that backwards, that's pretty close to Hela, like they show the daughter of Loki. They say it's Thor or Odin in the movies, but it's actually Loki's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
yeah. I mean, because look, it's wild, right? Because like I said, it's just everything what you see up there is really on this floor, right? Now, if they're saying they believe Allah is a female, right, or they know this, right? Now, keeping in mind what I just said, everything up there is down here, right? Now, they're saying Pluto, if I'm correct, has a goddess Allah, but spelled A-L-A, right? And the tribe in Nigeria, they worship that goddess. You understand? Yeah, they know her to be the great mother.
wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's facts. Big fact. So they could have easily, my man T, slid in this father figure in there, like what they've been doing, everything, just sliding the man in there and just probably change up, the spelling a bit.
Yeah.
Just,
You look at Latin, all you got to do is swap the A with an O and an O with an A.
Mm.
And all of a sudden, you got a masculine word. That's wild, man. That's a killer connection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's different. Very different. Yeah, of the Dragon as well. Okay. Is it Year of the Dragon? I'm not familiar with those terminologies.
The Chinese stuff, it rotates like every 12 years. I'm not for sure which one it's on.
Yeah, he's the dragon, he's the serpent. He's the dragon, he's the serpent. He's Io, I'm telling you. That's what they're depicted in the movie.
Which I will still add that the dragon is the only thing in the Chinese zodiac that is not a real animal. So it almost indicates that it was a real animal. Just saying.
11 real animals and one fake one, right?
Right. Like, don't play with me. Tell us where the dragons are. I just want to see it.
Yeah.
They show them online all the time in these little shorts, like somebody supposedly had a little baby one in a jar that was floating around and blowing smoke, but it's probably CGI and you ain't going to show nobody else that.
Well, supposedly we're in the year of the dragon 2024.
Oh, nice.
Well, that would make sense then, why I'm seeing all these, miniature Aurora Boreas within the landscape. I don't know, maybe they're paying homage to it. It's that time of year for them to pay homage, or maybe they could be hatching, who knows? I don't know.
Ooh. Yep, cracking the egg, you never know.
Mm. But you know as well, I forgot what I think it was on Titan they were saying, right? They sent a probe in on a certain year. It done its elliptic round. It done it a few times, right? But they said there was topography shots, right? And they was seeing the land transform, and then it was there and then it disappeared, they said.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's what they said. Said that part disappeared. And they said the water levels hasn't risen. That's what they said. The water levels hasn't risen. But when they say that and when they showed me that, right, I already know Titan to be a place on Earth. You understand?
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know whether things are waking up and going into the waters, the ocean, finding a way to the ocean.
It could be waking up. That stuff I was telling you about the research they were doing on the Kraken, they said it could still be alive because they can lose their massive tentacles and regrow them.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I already told you I've been watching that series that they've had on, what is it? I think it might have been Netflix or something like that. I can't remember exactly. But they got a Godzilla one, and it's like the Monarch, and it's even got King Kong made a feature in it. Yeah, it's cold, bro. But it shows things waking up from the earth and all of that stuff. I'm like, whoa, what is showing me? And then remember, not too long ago, Guardians of the Galaxy were talking that shit as well. Who else was talking that? There was a few other people talking that. Even God Given himself was talking that.
Don McGraw said something interesting in chat.
What's that?
Okay, let's have a look. Oh no, God, that's full name. Oh, okay. Oh, Dinah.
I just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you.
Wow.
Respect. That makes fucking sense. Oh my giddy gosh. Cold pieces. Cold. Okay.
Nice gym, Don.
There we go.
So is Allah Odin?
That's what I'm saying. Is it the woman? In the woman's side. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They just inserted the man.
And it's already kind of known that, Odin's eyes and his missing eye was a representation of the sun and the moon. Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's cold. That's very cold. I can dig that.
Because they destroyed their Titan father, and didn't he become part of the Earth?
Yeah.
Kronos.
Yeah. Hold on, let me have a look as well.
I will say, though, that would be pretty wild if we found out later on that all the Roman and Greek mythology were actually matriarchies and not patriarchies that they just changed.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so it's saying for many authors, Omina is synonymous with Odinana, sometimes spelled Odinala. Oh, okay. Yeah, Odinala. Okay. Which means as it is in the land. Wow, see? As it is in the land. Okay. That's very interesting.
Makes me think of Odin's eye a little different.
Right.
That's wild. So that just confirms what the how would you call it? The Dolgons were saying as well. Because where's my I'll just start cooking a bit. Say no more. Say no more. If that's true, then let me just show the non-believers something real quick. All right. Now, if anybody knew about this stuff, remember they used to say the Dogon tribe, right? And even the Dogon tribe was searching. No, hold on. Oh. Where's it gone? Yeah, search for the Great Genesis, the land of the Dogons, right? They're showing you an eye right here, right? X marks the spot.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
The rings of Saturn, you can see what they're trying to show you there. X marks the spot. Always.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's trippy.
Told him. It's wild. It's wild. It's wild, bro. Yeah, I've got. That's wild. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that one. Oh, Dinala. Yeah, that's
All you gotta do
crazy.
is keep looking, man. You seem to be on point with what you're finding.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Indeed. Wild.
Now I'm looking forward to the next, the rescheduled show even more.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I had a lot of stuff ready for that, man, but unfortunately, you know, got to reschedule that.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm pouting, so I'm just gonna stay quiet. I was looking forward to that.
Exactly. Tony gets it.
Man, come on. Have my popcorn, all my stuff ready, my extra large soda. Sorry, I'm just kidding. I don't drink soda, but you know. Had to go with the motif.
I was ready to build today, but it's all good though. It'll be even better next time. I'm sure we'll have more people there and all of that.
Yeah, most definitely.
It's what you do. It's like you want to sell some t-shirts, you go, man, I got the best t-shirts ever. It's gonna be ready on Friday. And on Friday be like, man, I already sold like 1 million shirts, so they're all gone. But you come back next Friday and that's how you sell a lot of product.
London hype man.
Get him, T.
So that's all you gotta do. You just gotta diminish the supply and the demand goes through the roof.
Indeed. Let me see
Nah.
these live real quick.
Yeti said, Yeti mentioned that Sanity Machine was live right now.
Oh, that's always a cool show to look at. Oh,
I
brilliant.
think that's a relative comment. Is he really alive? You know?
Let's see what he's doing. Oh, what the fuck? What is this? Oh, this is like.
Hopefully he's testing out eye creams.
Oh my god.
Why has he got a fucking picture of Lex and Commander? Where's the volume on this? Hold on a second.
Does it have to be everyone to be true? Do you think the truth is by consensus or by majority? There's only a few people on earth that can slam dunk a basketball. Does it mean that people can? There's not billions that can do that. What's your point?
Yes.
Yes.
Why does that look like a fourth grader wrote it?
Why has he got Bex out there and Commander Lou? Is she live with Commander Lou right now? Okay. Good stuff. I think next time when I see Commander Lou, I'm gonna say hello and peace. Just
You know,
It is
Commander.
pretty unbelievable, but
For someone that's supposed to be helping people get out of here, he's way off his path. I'm
I
just
know. I know.
they make money, but they really don't need the money. They print the money at the very top. They create money out of thin air.
Actually, it's made out of cloth.
I've researched the topic, which is why I'm able to speak on it. A lot of people just make up things and try to justify things without even doing research. It really does, it wears on me after a while. It's so common. Oh, here we go. Your conscience. When you experienced abortion, how did you experience it? What do you mean by experiencing it? Here we go. So now he's defending. This is the way. This is often the case with most people.
Get him, Yeti.
It's like women that have had an abortion, 2 or 3. They'll defend it for life because they had that, and they can't say they were wrong.
Come on, Stephen. Talk to me, man. Don't leave me hanging. Yo, bad boy.
I hope people wake up. I really do. But I think I've done almost all I can on my channel on YouTube. I'm not sure how I can get through to people at this point. It does get frustrating. I'm not sure how I can really reach people at this point. And it's also sickening, the awareness, knowing that if I shut my channel down or if the evil shuts it down, either way, a huge part of my audience will be running over to Team Evil channels, gobbling up the live shit again. And it's disheartening. It's like all this work will be for nothing. I'm quite a few people. They'll be running right back to evil again, gobbling up evil lies on videos and the panel channels and everything else. Just garbage, just degenerate, piggish shit. They'll be over there, and I know it already. I know I'll see. I'll come on after it happens, weeks later, a month, 2 later, and I'll be seeing the familiar names from my channel, and oh shit, they're over here again. They're gobbling this up. That's what will happen. The gate is narrow. The gate is narrow. When I leave this realm, I'll be leaving here with a clear conscience that I tried to reach thousands. I don't know how many I'll successfully reach. It might only be 12 or 15 people. Out of the thousands here, a lot of you really don't try too hard. I've tried very hard to reach people, but a lot here really don't try very hard to understand, to digest things, to develop their moral compass, develop their spirit, really view things through spiritual eyes. A lot don't try very hard at all. It's not about a matter of a mountain of research and evidence. There's tons more I could share here, but it's getting to the point where it's like, damn, is it really worth it? These people just defend. You want to defend what the system pushes?
It'd be too much information to actually explain.
Is it sick? But would it prevent abortions? Would it, in one way, would it prevent people from doing that? There's adults that don't know what it is. They think that the baby's not alive. Grown women, 30 years old, think that, oh, that's not a baby. I knew that as a child. As a child. as a child.
As a what?
Before I saw the films. When I
Child.
saw a pregnant woman with a
Oh,
baby.
I was
There's a
hoping he
baby
would say it
in there,
again.
a living baby. Nobody had to cut her open and show me. I knew that if a dog is pregnant, it's going to give birth to puppies. I can't
Are you
believe
sure?
how people are at in this realm. It's just, it really is frustrating.
Yo.
It's interesting. People don't seem to question when a dog's pregnant, then it's going to have
He
puppies.
just
They'll say
randomly goes silent.
They don't say, well, there's nothing living in there. They're aware of it. When
He
it comes
probably saw a squirrel.
to quote human and a woman that's pregnant, people will deny that that's even a living baby. It's just so weird to me, really weird. So the baby's
Just-
kicking because the baby's not alive. Is that your theory?
What's he talking about? Babies and... Hey, Yeti, bring me up to speed. You've been in and out of both chats. What's he talking about?
It's probably what the roommate in the cell next to him at the insane asylum is talking about. Now he's talking about it like that's him. Seems that way.
Well, same old shit, different day for Steven. This is nothing new.
Can't blame his frustration. I mean, he's trying so hard to change the world. I mean, it's just so complicated. I don't think I could explain it.
He's hilarious.
Sounds like a pretty ignorant answer for I don't know. I mean, if evil's gonna come and shut his channel down, his viewers are gonna leave. I thought he could like seal evil and shit. I'd be throwing up some, Chinese hand signs and stuff and stopping that shit. I mean,
No,
I
I
do
don't.
that stuff, but I'm just playing around with my teenage children.
46 people watching. Sure, quite a few of those are demons, though. Probably quite a few demons here.
Hey, how'd he know? No, just kidding.
Are you doing
We were
both?
sealing the same demons.
Oh, shit.
Randomly silent.
Oh, yeah. Hilarious.
Did you, Squirrel Sniper said that pause was for Chat GPT to come up with his next response. He's so funny. I'm laughing so hard.
Thank you.
Hold on, I need to read this real quick.
I love your guys' mind. Well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, I never said any of this until I met all of you.
She loves your mind. Isn't that something that like a guy trying to get in your pants would say to you? Isn't it? Like I can't say I love your mind. Wait,
I'll
that's
tell
an
you
insult, right? So I love you for your mind.
I think it's appropriate. It's always appropriate from either gender.
Well, no one ever told me that. Good improv.
Oh yeah, but I think the one thing that I need to look into that I haven't looked into is if they're doing this to the XY chromosome, then they must also be doing it to the XX somehow, or maybe they can't. Actually, all intersexism is always on the XYs, so maybe that's just it. That's where. But I would bet that we're looking at a very low percentage of women are selectively bred. We're blessed to be here. We're blessed to have the genetics we have, to have been kept around this long.
Well, that's why you've been treated like precious gems. I mean, the scripture. Everybody thinks that Christian, Judeo-Islamic, all these cultures, they think it's about. And yes, of course, it's going to be portrayed. I just saw it portrayed in Westworld in ancient Japan. you know, that the woman's like, no, she can't go with you because I raised her from a child. This guy wanted to buy all right, it was a geisha, and the geisha raised this other lady to be a geisha, young girl. So you had an old geisha and a young geisha, and the shogun.
Oh, I was enjoying that.
I know, right?
Come on, Steve. I just want to watch.
No, he's got to stop everything for the random silence.
Too much truth spoken here and shown here today. A few people looked like they went silent or took off. I'm not surprised. Not surprised. That's what happens.
He sounds pretty defeated.
Sounds tired. Maybe he needs to take a nap.
I think so.
I'm saying I'd be hitting up that wrinkle cream.
Well, you wouldn't have all those bags and dark circles if you just slept the right amount.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's like a vitamin deficiency, man. I've seen people that spend like 95% of their time on their phones and they don't look like that.
Dang.
Like, you shouldn't look like you just drank some mutagen and you're about to go through some weird sickness and become some supervillain. You look like shit. No offense. He's mean, so I don't really have a whole lot of guilt about saying
All
that.
the 59 people couldn't even hit the thumbs up for the video. And there have been hundreds that have watched this live stream so far. And that's the way it goes. A lot of lazy minds, a lot of lazy people on YouTube. Just a lot of laziness. A lot of lazy followers of evil. A lot of lazy defenders of evil. A lot of immoral people.
Any more, Steve?
Zoned out, man.
You must be smoking that good.
I know. I'm just curious, because normally when he zones out like that, that's when he starts demanding that his chat hit the like button. Now. Hit it now. We need more likes.
Refresh.
Cream of the crop.
More like cream of the cringe.
He's got like Tourette's, but it's like metaverse Tourette's.
Damn.
You know? Cream of the crop. Cream of the crop. Like, bro, you're sketching. You talk about drug addicts, man. You need some drugs.
Identity, bro.
If that's what sobriety's like, man, I'd be testing some shit out. Give me some mushrooms. Give me some fucking something.
I wonder what he means by that. Identity theft. Everyone's up here with their real names. So I don't know who he's referring to. There's something we're missing yet. Yeah, okay. I'm James. We've got Pam. We've got Tony. Interesting.
Yeah, he's really trying to hone in on that identity theft narrative.
Uh-oh.
Wild.
So I'm supposed to throw away my second Social Security card now?
Right?
Oh my God, you got me. It's like, man, dude, you are weird.
Jake's channel. Jake's channel.
Jake.
I don't know. Let me go to the toilet and see how I feel when I come back. 2 seconds, Jay.
I've never seen that name before.
Big up to the chat. Jay's channel. Well, that's pretty descriptive, don't you think, Pam?
Right?
Well, at least you know whose channel it is. Mystery has been solved. And what would be the context of you needing a link, Mr. J? Curious minds want to know.
We definitely welcome new people. It's just most of the time new people kind of kick it with the chat for a little bit before they hit the link.
Oh yeah, it's always just to avoid that one random yeah, we know it can happen possibly if you don't just vet somebody really quick, you know. I salute new people all day long. I think it's probably one of the best things you can do with your channel is get some of the new people in. But yeah, we've heard about people and their dramatic stories about what people like to cam up and do real fast and then get your channel taken down. We don't need that.
Yeah, I've heard of that happening one too many times. Someone go up on cam and then drop their pants or whatever. Nope. Ain't trying to experience that.
Yeah. And then it's hard to take seriously because I believe that same person was in one stream talking about how it was traumatizing, but in the next stream was making me laugh because she said she got dick smacked several times, and I had a hard time taking that person seriously when they kept saying that over and over and over.
Right?
Yeah, it's like, I'm gonna laugh. Like, you just made it funny as hell. Sorry. Quit saying you got dick smacked.
Yeah, if someone says that, I'm automatically laughing because I can't take that seriously. My mind is
like-
generally in the gutter, so if you're gonna have language like that, I'm probably gonna laugh.
Yeah. Just say it in a more serious context, or I'm gonna just laugh at you. Because it was more funny than it was serious. So, apologies, not apologies.
Hello.
Hello, Jay. Welcome.
How are you, mate?
Hello.
I'm not a prawn bomber.
Okay, that's good to know.
Well, welcome. We've had
What's
some
up?
we've had some problems with some trolls lately, so we just wanted to make sure.
Right, no worries, no worries. Where are we all from? Where are we all from?
Pam, you can
Middle
go
of the
first.
United States.
I'm from Arizona.
Excellent, excellent. So yeah, just reaching out and all that sort of stuff to my American friends and that. So yeah, I'll just chuck this on my wall if you don't mind, and then others might find your channel quicker.
Might find my channel quicker.
Yeah.
No, they don't need to find my channel quicker.
Oh, what? You don't want a British raid, no?
British rave. No, I want an all nation rave. All
Exactly,
nation.
exactly. All nations. Thank you, man.
All nations.
Thank you. So what's cracking? What's happening? I noticed the price of fruit is going up over here. I don't know how it's going over there.
The price of fruit, yeah?
Yeah, straight up, straight up.
Nice.
Fruit tax.
Fruit tax.
Makes me angry.
Yeah.
I do love me some fruit.
Yeah, well, it's good for the. It's needed in the diet, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Mango, watermelon,
Yeah,
kiwi, everything. Papaya. All of that good stuff.
Oh yeah, it's the good stuff. Yeah.
But there's so many more fruits we ain't yet, yet to taste yet. So it's almost like the colors. You don't experience most of the spectrum.
Yeah. I mean, what color is really the sky, isn't it? What color is it really?
Exactly. So where are you from, Jay?
I'm from the south of England.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got a few American friends. I've got 3 friends that are like from Britain who are in America and that. So it's quite a nice mixed bag. So yeah, I've obviously run across you before somehow. So yeah, I've just thought I'd come and say hello. No ill intent at all, you know.
That's good stuff.
Yeah,
I can dig that. That's good stuff.
So how long you been doing the YouTubes?
About a year and a bit now.
Cool, man. How you finding it? All right.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, it's not too bad.
Sometimes
people.
Yeah, I have to. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I'm living in a zoo, but most of the time it's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you with the zoo.
Yeah. But yeah, mainly it's quite good for me. You know, it can go one way or the other, can't it? You know, so it's what you make.
YouTube's a lot like going out for a travel trip and you buy a nice sedan, then you realize it's an off-road trip, and you got to upgrade your vehicle because you realize it's a little bumpy.
Yeah. That's one of my friends, Mr. Grumps. He's one of my mates.
Welcome, Grumps.
Yeah, he's one of my good mates. Yeah, he's a good mate. I met him in real life as well, so yeah, I can actually say that. But yeah, man. So it's nice to bump into your channel anyway, and I just want to pop on, and if you don't mind, I'll hang on, see what you're talking about. What's going, as we'd say? What's going?
What's going?
You've been listening. You've been listening. That's awesome.
Well, I mean, when I was coming up, I was listening, and you were like, well, I get the etiquette is to talk in the chat for a bit. Well, I thought I'd say, can I have the link? That's talking in the chat, isn't it? But yeah, mate, I didn't know anyone in the chat, so I thought I'd just ask for the link and pop up, because I'm a channel host. So I've got enough about me to come and say hello politely.
Yeah,
man.
What's your channel about, if you don't mind me asking?
That's a very good question. What is it about? I'm just witnessing the end of this civilization thing. So I'm not very negative. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. It's not going to get much better, is it? Is it?
I'm a bit of a prepper, so when you said that, it's like, yeah. So
now you're talking.
Now I'm going to have to check out your channel. I have it pulled up because I was going to toss it in the chat, but now I'm going to sub up and check it out for real, because I'm all into the like doomsday prophecies and all of that kind of stuff.
Well, no. I do have some tin can supplies. Yeah, I've got 15 cans of rice pudding.
Nice.
So I am slightly prepping, but no, mainly I do lives or I film video something, or nothing much, but mainly just doing the lives at the moment. In all aspects, as in being a host and being on panels, and that is quite good.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I'll give you a little how do you call it, a little taste to what I do over here.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And I'm going to throw his channel in the chat if y'all want to check it out.
Most definitely.
And I threw this live on my wall. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's cool. No problem.
No worries, man.
You might want to hold on. No problem.
Okay. I was going to say they don't want us talking to each other, so it's good to reach out and talk to America. Here we go.
Signature. Let's take a look.
I had to start it. I had to start it from here for copyright reasons.
Yeah, I understand. So, are you a beekeeper? Are you a beekeeper?
No, basically, I'm showing you how the construct that we live in seems to be having these stuff here, like hexagonal formations within nature, the construct everywhere. Right? But I'm tying it into the construct from micro to macro.
Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Roll it. Let's have a look, man. I know where you're going. Wow. get the concept now. Yeah. Yeah.
This hexagonal pattern seems to be in living things.
You got anything that you could present to us? Anything new that we might not be aware of?
Not yet. I've got nothing to add yet, but this is fascinating. Yeah. Because they say God doesn't build in straight lines and that. So.
It's interesting.
This
Do you
is
want me to play you some more? Or?
Yeah, absolutely.
And non-living things. Speaking of soulless and non-living things, let's head over to Hollywood and see how the hexagonal shape is being used.
Oh, yeah.
For all the newcomers, London's main channel, I just put it in the chat. Be sure to sub up to that. It's where he presents his main bodies of work.
So
He's like, I want Shakura. You give it to me. And she's like, she's not for sale. And he says, well, I didn't say for sale. When the Shogun wants someone, you know, he just gets her because she dances really good or whatever. So she's like, I'm not
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that an advert? Is that an advert?
Humanity and goes, well, I raised her since I found her on the street. She hadn't eaten.
That's not even the right thing, is it?
Now, and
That's
he goes,
them over here. That's sanity.
Oh.
It's like they are showing us the code to the construct that holds our realm together. The hexagonal pattern is used likely as a binding material to some degree. Just imagine if the architect could really reach in the construct and take you out, singling you out of the crowd. On second thoughts, you may not want to think that. This hand of God seems to be causing more confusion and letting his minions run loose. Rivers running dry, people still dying from hunger, war, diseases. Everything on this earth seems to have a parasitic nature. By any means necessary is the phrase. I wonder how parasites and diseases came about to be on this construct. Let me show you an old Islamic scripture that could shed some light on this segment. When there are no more human targets left for their arrows, Yajog and Magog will shoot at the skies, hoping to destroy the heavens. Then Allah will fill their necks with worms that will fill their ears, noses, thus killing them. But if you look close, it seems the so-called enemy appears to be helping with its vaccines and regular checkups. Let's take a closer look. Polio or poliomyelitis is a disabling and life-threatening disease caused by poliovirus. The virus spreads from person to person and can infect a person's spinal cord. Mirror, mirror on the wall, polio spelled backwards reveals it all. Let's go. What a coincidence. Polio spelled backwards brings you to an organization that's been running for 30 years trying to eradicate polio. Let's play around with the words, see what we come up with. When you play around with the words, it reveals a different kind of story. Let's take a closer look. Let's head back over to the organization OILUP Rotary Club of Milwaukee. Do you see it? Do you notice anything? It's time for the mirror. Let's go. Let's visit the places where they claim to be eradicating polio. Let's take a look. If you look closely, it is our mothers who are administering the vaccination. Are we really dying from the hand of God, so to speak? Take a look at these children. They are showing you something through their gesture, a learned gesture at that. What could it be? Let's take a look at the virus. Something is there. Let's go a bit deeper. There it is. Something seems to be hiding or living amongst the embryos. What could the children be trying to show us?
Anyway,
Oh dear.
so what you're seeing here is a boy that has died after receiving the juice, and this is what they're seeing in the eye of this boy after he's died. What the heck? That is nuts. That is just freaking nuts. Ugh, that actually turns my stomach. What are these mad men and women doing to us?
Yes, what are they doing to us? Only time will tell. Keep your heart closed and your mind open, peripheral minded. Till next time, look after yourself. Love over war. LAYLOW, London.
Real twisted. Yeah.
There you go.
I've heard of this holy book of AI, or the language of it. Yeah. That's mental.
Okay. So that's my stuff. That's my little series I put together.
That's fantastic.
Respect.
Yeah. Are you from
that
London?
was-
Are you from London, fella?
Correct.
Excellent. Excellent. I just subscribed to your other channel earlier as well, so I'll have a look at that in a bit.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah. Well, that was interesting, man. Oh, wow. I love the reference with the Prometheus. No, sorry. What was that? That was... I've forgotten the name of the film. But when it said they're turning the snakes and that. It's from an alien film, that was, wasn't it?
Yes.
I can't remember the name of the film, which is doing one now. Covenant. That's it. Covenant. That was it. So that was a very good example. And that last bit with the thing in the eye, I mean, do you think that's from the water? Ulick, that's one of my mates. He's in America, but he's from Ireland.
Yeah.
Good lad.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
a good
I know
lad.
Ulick. Hey, Ulick. Happy New Year, Ulick. Happy New Year.
Hey, you look welcome. Glad to have all y'all new folks here.
Yeah.
These are good people. These are good people.
Old school Ulick. He used to be on the McLovin channel with me, but I don't think he even remembered about this. I think he may have saw the link that led him over here to the new channel.
Yeah, I put it on my wall and tagged him in it. Tagged a few
Oh.
people in to pop over, because you're talking about interesting stuff, and Joni, who lives in America, he talks about interesting stuff. Very good, man. Very good. Don't let me stop the conversation. You know. Where were you at?
I mean, with the referencing to the stuff that you just and the construct, yeah, like we look at the construct as micro to macro.
Yes.
Right, micro to macro first of all, and we look at it as how we would look at ourselves, meaning the body.
Have you ever seen footage of the jellyfish when they release?
Can't remember if I have. I probably have, but many years ago or something. But
So symmetrical. So what's the word? Cloned. Just a clone of each other. It's a clone of, you know, and just seeing them disperse, pop, 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 pop. It's not quite the same shape, but it is quite mesmerizing.
Yeah, those things can be captivating when you see it happening. 420 if you got that. But like I was saying, I mean, the work that I've been coming across, or the information that I've been coming across, it seems like it's, how can I put it to you? Like it's just fantasy, but it becomes more real the more I think it's fantasy.
Well, when I'm seeing that stuff underwater and that, you know, you just think, oh, civilizations have been lost into the, you know, by the crazy some of the stuff that you see under the sea, isn't it? Statues and all this sort of stuff. And
He'd like the one with the yellow brick road in Atlantis and all that, London.
Oh shit! Yeah,
I don't remember which one that's from though. There's like you're up to the 10th installment now. Quite impressive.
Let's get that one cracking real quick. I think it's this one. Hopefully it'll play. Oh, cool. We're in.
Alchemos hashtag we want more.
No doubt.
Welcome, it's London Man. In this segment, I will be going over Yellow Brick Road, Epcot, and Crater Earth. Let's go. Ah, yes, the tranquil. What could be better than the sounds of the ocean reaching its destination, birds echoing through the vastness of the blue skies? To be honest, nothing. maybe the laughter of children. As much as I feel no connection to this realm which we call earth or home, I find comfort in the things that are pleasing to the eye, like fine art from all around the world, all sorts of wildlife, and landscapes which particularly look peculiar. Without sight, most of these things are meaningless. You will not be able to see or tell your own story. Deception will play a big part. Speaking of deception, let's take a look at the landscape which is known as Deception Island. Let's go.
First of the month, I was waking up, smoking blunts, do a little stomach crunch. 12 o'clock, nigga, time for lunch. In and out the showers, getting dressed within the hours. Now I'm heading to the mosque, smelling fresh. Hugo Boss, makes the law with my brothers, though we came from different mothers. No discriminating.
Nothing out of the ordinary when you first look around Deception Island. Just wildlife,
in due time, I'll see. Remember me, it's that boy Jigger, Adriano, that nigga. Salam alaikum to stand up.
landscape,
HD flow, black plasma. They see me coming, but I know it's their
and leftover equipment from the Antarctic Treaty System.
10 seconds of your love. 10 seconds of your love.
Deception Island was initially claimed by the British in the early 1800s, but was abandoned in 1842 after volcanic eruptions caused residents to flee.
Whoa. This will be the realest shit that your boy ever spoke. Niggas know I'm stepping out, so they try to block my throat. Heard my big brother's been tearing down the whole show. That ain't nothing new. LAYLOW, baby, how we do. Got the money and the power, so I'm looking for respect.
Oh wow, yeah, that's not sediment. That's like baked, crust.
Like you could peel it off. Wow, look up to the left there. It's like bricks in a way.
Yeah.
Oh, weird. Yeah.
Okay.
Cobblestone.
Oh yeah. Whoa. Let's go up and look at that. That is
Roger.
a really unique
And are these like
structure.
a bunch of crinoids on the floor of the?
Yes.
Interesting.
I don't think a push car is going to be successful, but I am
Whoa,
interested
wow,
in this
look at
texture.
that.
What is I feel like I'm looking at like
Yeah, it's similar to Atlantis.
yeah,
The
yeah.
yellow brick
road. This is the yellow brick road.
Wow.
Can we get some still cam shots of this, please?
Yeah, What
get
is
lots of them. I feel like we're dubious, like excavating.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So cool.
Are you kidding? This is crazy.
It's like brick. This is weird. It's got one
Yeah.
spot.
It's so weird.
I thought I see other like tiny pieces of brick. Maybe it got crushed up or something.
All right. That's my limit.
Okay.
That's a really unique feature. That was really something.
All right, we can resume our regular heading.
Wow, could they have really found the yellow brick road leading to Atlantis? Or did London man find the real yellow brick road? Let's go.
Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road.
Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road.
Just imagine if the great beast was actually the yellow brick road leading to Atlantis. Now that's something to ponder on. Take a look at the freeway split in the road. that Dorothy encounters. It kind of resembles the great beast. Have a look. If Dorothy is on her way to Atlantis, where would Atlantis be situated? Let's have a look and see if we can find it. Bingo. Let's zoom in. Let's compare the Herodotus map with the modern day Google Earth map. Wow. These old maps that I came across seem to be depicting Atlas on the edge of Africa. I also came across another map that seemed to be depicting Atlantis as a continent. Wow. All roads lead to Rome is the phrase. What if the yellow brick road took you to another place? To find this place, you would need to use a different kind of map.
What if there was a place? A secret place where nothing was impossible.
No way.
A miraculous place where you could actually change the world. You want to go?
I think the TNO maps could be showing us the way to Atlantis, or if not Atlantis, then maybe another place like Atlantis, Tomorrowland.
We know what our goals are. We know what we hope to accomplish. And believe me, it's the most exciting and challenging assignment we've ever tackled. Today, I want to share with you some of our ideas. The most exciting, the most important part of our Florida project. In fact, the heart of everything we'll be doing in Disney World will be our experimental prototype city of tomorrow. We call it EPCOT, spelled E-P-C-O-T, Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow. Here it is in larger scale. So in the next few minutes, we'll go into detail about some of our preliminary sketches and layout. Remember though, as I said earlier, this is just the beginning. With that thought in mind, let's have a look.
No city of today will serve as the guide for the city of tomorrow. Epcot will be a planned environment, demonstrating to the world what American communities can accomplish through proper control of planning and design. Epcot begins with an idea new among cities built since the birth of the automobile. We call it the radio plan. Picture a wheel. Like the spokes of the wheel, the city fans out along a series of radials from a bustling hub at the center of Epcot. A network of transportation systems radiate from this central hub, carrying people to and from the heart of the city. These transportation systems circulate to and through 4 primary spheres of activity surrounding the central core. First, the area of business and commerce. Next, the high-density apartment housing. Then the broad green belt and recreation lands. And finally, the low-density neighborhood residential streets. Epcot's dynamic urban center will offer the excitement and variety of activities found only in metropolitan cities: cultural, social, business, and entertainment. Among its major features will be a cosmopolitan hotel and convention center, towering 30 or more stories. Shopping areas, where stores and whole streets recreate the character and adventure of places round the world. Theaters for dramatic and musical productions, restaurants, and a variety of nightlife attractions, and a wide range of office buildings, some containing services required by Epcot's residents, but most of them designed especially to suit the local and regional needs of major corporations. But most important, this entire 50 acres of city streets and buildings will be completely enclosed. In this climate-controlled environment, shoppers and theater goers and people just out for a stroll will enjoy ideal weather conditions, protected day and night from rain, heat and cold, and humidity. Here, the pedestrian will be king, free to walk and browse without Only electric-powered vehicles will travel above the streets of Epcot's Central City.
That picture's on my phone.
Okay.
what is the point? The point is that because of the Crater Earth discovery, we have been given the keys, the keys of Solomon, perhaps. We have been privileged to uncover the biggest mystery. It explains everything. In my humble opinion, it explains everything. It explains Scripture. It reconciles Scripture.
There you go. That's another one for you.
That's deep.
I think that was a good one to tie it into the one you did last time about what was in the eye.
Okay.
You know, and how they talk about the Earth. You know, we talk about the Earth being a giant eye itself, and those whatever was in that eye, we have seen and shown on the macro level. It's even been shown in movies. If you remember the bad guy at the end of Hellboy, who's trying to come through the portal into this Earth, it looks identical to that.
I ain't seen that one. Might have to have a look.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Yeah, it's when he at the end he unlocks the gate to the other portal to the Hell realm.
Isn't it a witch in it or something?
Yeah, well, there's a sorcerer.
Yeah, witch sort of thing.
Yeah, he's the one that basically, because his arm is the key to unlock the gate, and come to find out, Hellboy's actually the prince of this universe.
Prince Satan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's at home. He's with his peoples.
El Satan.
Sealed in somewhere, right?
Huh?
I said sealed in somewhere, right? Maybe King Stephen did that too.
Can you imagine him seated in Satan? Wow.
Bro, don't do that, because I'll have London like edit the sorcerer guy at the end of the movie with Stephen.
Cold. Cold. Yeah, salute to the chat room, man. Salute. So yeah, that's what we basically do, man. We just think outside the box, and we look outside the box, step outside the box.
Well, I like deep thinkers, so yeah, I'm down. I wanted to ask you a question. Do you think we've been to the moon?
We are on the moon.
Oh, that's a good one. I've not heard that one before. That's good. That's good.
Well, just in context, have you seen the stuff that shows that the moon like mirrors the Earth plus the outer lands?
Oh, you got a visitor.
Yeah, sound like it.
Pop.
Homie. Responding, Z. Your icon's not showing.
Yo, mic check.
Mic check. What's going on?
Hey Z.
Hey everybody. I'm mobile, so if my audio's shit, just let me know and I'll drop off.
No, you're good. I'm gonna try to turn you up a little bit. Hold on.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he is a bit quiet.
Yeah. Mic check.
Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Better.
Yeah, I turned you right to the max. There you go.
Nice.
Hey.
How's it going, man? I just caught a little bit of the show, maybe the last 10 minutes of it, and so rock and roll. Hi, everybody.
How you doing?
Good stuff. We got a first timer here, Z. Jay. He's from the UK also.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Jay from the UK. Much love, Jay.
Excellent.
What do you think so far of the London Man 5?
Loving it. Loving it. Yeah, I hang about with people who talk about this sort of stuff, so it's quite interesting anyway. I find it interesting.
Good stuff, man.
Cool.
Do you think, I mean, there was sort of references to a sort of flat earth in there. I don't really believe in a flat earth. But it's interesting, isn't it?
No, but this is the thing. I think flat earth's only the smaller part of it. we can't rule that out. They're not wrong to some degree. It is flat, you know, but I think that's only the micro part of it. That's why we got to think outside the box. Because if you're just thinking flat Earth, then you're thinking domed and you're trapped.
Yeah, and certain people are trying to think like that, you know, and I don't sort of adhere to that sort of thinking. I'm a bit more open-minded than that.
I mean, it could be a dome, but I would like to, if it is a dome, I'm trying to think of a bigger dome than what the flat Earth has given me, the model that I'm perceiving in my mind to some degree.
I mean, if it was a dome, you wouldn't need satellites, would you really? Unless it was a really big dome.
Just depends how
if you
small
had
you are.
satellites.
Sorry?
I said if you had satellites, you can really avoid that whole thing. You can bounce, if there was a dome and it was crystalline, you could bounce signals off of it just like a reflector.
Say that again.
Tony, they say they bounce radio signals off the stratosphere.
Yeah, I used to be a satellite guy. It's called troposcatter technology.
Okay. But
yeah, it's bounced off, but they tell you that stuff's always in the sky, but you know, it doesn't, it's always there, you know, and it's a little too steady and functional at all times to say that it's just randomly floating around in a synchronous orbit.
That's interesting.
Oh, well, you got a squirrel sniper in here. Wow, I ain't spoke to him for ages.
Yeah, he's a regular here, the Rebuttal Bar.
Yeah, my God, that's Squirrel's infamous Squirrel Sniper.
Yeah.
Excellent.
He's always swift patrolling around here.
Excellent. I ain't seen him for bear time.
Yeah. Well done. Mr. Sniper. So AZ, I'm not sure whether you caught that part about the Allah that we went over a second ago. Did you catch that bit?
What was it?
Allah being possibly being an original female deity.
No. What's interesting, because Allah is associated with the moon, and the moon typically has a feminine gender characteristic to it, la luna. So that's interesting. It might be considered heretical to some of the religion. I'm not sure, but you know, more and more I'm understanding as lately I've been diving deeper into the occulted knowledge, particularly Hermeticism. That's kind of like I've been diving really deep into Hermeticism lately, and one of the fundamental precepts or principles of Hermeticism is that everything has duality and everything has a gender. That the concept of gender runs through the entire reality, and of course the heavens, right? And typically the moon was associated with the feminine gender, or the negative polarity, if you consider a positive and a negative. So the moon typically has been considered feminine, but I've never heard that connection with that particular deity. But it's understandable to me.
Correct. I mean, check this out now, Z, right? Because this is what's wild about it, right? Keeping in mind, I'm on track with the eye, right? Now, the original name for the Allah that we came across, right, was Odin Allah. Like Odin, and then spell Allah, right? A-L-A. The same way how the how would you call them? The tribesmen people in Nigeria, right? They praise to the goddess Allah, and some people over in the Middle East as well, right? But not only that, they praise to the Pluto also as the goddess Allah, right? Now, if they're saying that now, Z, right, does that mean they shoot themselves in the foot? Because I've always said what is above us is on the ground. So are they saying Nigeria is Pluto region?
Interesting concept. You know, well, I know we've talked about in the past about some of your thoughts on Mars potentially being maybe more associated with the Middle East region for a lot of reasons. And I've heard other people speak about this too, basically associating these other worlds with, you know, lands that are right here, known or unknown.
I've often thought Arizona to be that way because Sedona is literally red rocks.
Yeah.
Right. I was going to say a lot of people have been praying to Audi instead of Allah.
To who? Audi, did you say?
Yeah.
I mean the car maker.
Or the shop chain, whatever you want, it works.
Right. Well, if you're in the United States, it's probably more like McDonald's.
Hey, I enjoyed watching the film The Founder. That was very good, and I think it came out 2016. I only saw it the other week, so yeah, I missed out on it. Very good though, I enjoyed it. What about McDonald's?
I'm not familiar with that one.
Yes, it got past me as well. Like I say, it came out 2016, so it got past me. But I did enjoy the watch. You know, you got two brothers that were proper, you know, modelled the whole thing, the kitchen to make it efficient and all that, and then he come along and franchised it. You know, so it was quite good. But it just shows you the corporate greedy monster.
I saw that one too. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Good film, right? I mean,
Yeah.
like I say, I was late to the party on it, but I did enjoy it. But I think one of my favourites at the minute was Don't Look Up. That is fantastic. Have you seen that?
No, that new one as well, yeah.
So it was two now, yeah, newish, but not in the last 6 months, something like that. Yeah, it's quite good.
It came out about a year and a half ago. That movie.
It's fantastic. It really is like it's us today, but not really. But it possibly, you know.
Are you familiar with that onesie?
Yeah, it had a lot of Hollywood stars, like a full, like Leonardo DiCaprio. It had, oh my God, so many stars. Jennifer Lawrence. It had freaking Meryl Streep. It was one of those Hollywood, you know, total elite movies.
She was the president.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a lot of like analogies and allegories with, you know, Don't Look Up. So the theme of the movie was that there was an asteroid headed towards Earth to destroy Earth, and that there was a certain portion that was ignoring the danger, right? And that's the Don't Look Up. Like there was a movement. I think they were trying to make a lot of references to like the political system, people being willfully ignorant. They even had like an Elon Musk or like a Bill Gates character. And the idea was that the elites who were in the know were planning on leaving the Earth with this catastrophe. And it was one of those weird Hollywood woke, like very woke type of movies. I think it had undertones towards like Trump and stuff like that. And here's the thing, guys, whenever I see these movies that have these major stars and a star-studded cast, they seem to be telling us something through those movies. Tyler Perry was in it. When they get these lineups in, all these Hollywood creeps, I always pay attention a little bit more to what they're trying to say, you know, read between the lines type of thing. Like, what are they really trying to tell us with these Hollywood movies? What's the message they're conveying? There's always something, I think, with these certain movies.
Maybe it's a star thing, Z.
It's your on your own thing to me.
Think about it. They're all called stars. They have their own stars, so they're probably considered in their realm like deities. So they align them in one spot when they want to get a message out.
Well, fallen stars. We could even talk about the ancient books of like Enoch, where it talks about how a third of the angels fell, but it kind of paints them as stars, and they fell here. There's a lot. I mean, God, we can go into the Hollywood creepiness
Right.
all day long. Like another one of these new movies I paid attention to was the new Christopher Nolan movie Oppenheimer, which is getting all this Oscar attention for the Academy Awards.
Oh yeah.
I watched that movie 3 times, London Man, and
Yes.
it's one of those movies that every time I watch it, I see something else in it that they're trying to tell us, because it goes into, nuclear theory, the splitting of the atom, fission and then fusion, and it's got Einstein in it, and this Dr. Oppenheimer, who apparently was the father of the Manhattan Project that created the atom bomb. And it was the same type of movie. You got this elite Hollywood director, a topic that's controversial, because personally, I'd like to hear Tony's thoughts on this, because Tony, I'm not sold on the subatomic theory, and I always like to point this out to people. The periodic table was created and codified many decades before they identified the supposed atom, and then even before these so-called electrons, protons, and neutrons. But the reality is, the periodic table was already defined and elucidated many decades before they identified these so-called atoms. So it's one of these things where chemistry is demonstrable. Yes, you can see how molecules form. You can see how atoms bind using certain principles of polarity and electrical attraction. But then when they start talking about their theories of the subatomic world, how electrons work, how protons work, to me, that's unproven. And this movie Oppenheimer goes in it. And I'd like to hear Tony's thoughts on that, because I think he might have something to say on the
Oh,
subatomic world.
100%.
Hey.
Yeah. You want to talk about going into a realm that they don't understand at all. All they're doing is observing the effects and calling that the cause. And as far as the periodic table that we have, that came from Mendeleev in a night. He got an epiphany and somehow came up with this chart of a mechanical way of viewing it, when if you look at Walter Russell's work, he broke down how all the elements and everything works in vibration and tones and octaves of light. And that's, everything's a positive and negative. You have centripetal electric forces that pull inward to codify things into solid existence, and you have centrifugal forces that throw things out into a negative magnetic diffusion of everything. And that's how you get your balance of these elements, are dependent upon the pressures of the systems that they exist in, and have nothing to do with the subatomic particles that they keep making up that they're finding. I don't believe that they're making up, because the Hadron Collider supposedly has come up with 7 new God type particles that are these new subatomic particles that I don't think.
A minute or something like that.
Well, no, the Higgs, sorry, I can't say that properly, but that particle was just supposed to be one God particle that they found, but they found several.
Okay,
which means they don't know, or they're lying.
Okay. Well, I heard they found a galaxy that's older than the universe, so I don't understand that. So they're freaked out at the minute, I think. I think physics ain't what they thought it was as well in some places. So
I think they're playing with other stuff, because you look at the front of their building and it's got a Shiva out front.
Right. Shiva, the creator destroyer Hindu god.
Correct.
And It goes back to the trope again from the Oppenheimer movie. After they supposedly detonated the first A bomb, which is funny because the way they play it in the movie is that they didn't know if when they hit the button if it would just explode the whole world. They didn't know if the reaction would be limited to the explosive area or just set the entire atmosphere ablaze. That's at least the story they gave us. But I
Yes.
agree with you, Tony, that this presentation of subatomic particles, electrons, and how they function, because chemistry presents it as the electrons have a shell and a certain configuration, and based on that configuration, they will either bind or repel based on certain electrical forces. But they conceptualize the mass of the atom through the protons and neutrons. These things, all these subatomic particles, in my estimation, are completely unevidenced. And I agree with what Tony said, is that they see an effect and they're theorizing a cause which is still unproven, and they're presenting us with a sub.
Oh, shame you're dropping
Hold
out.
on. You went out completely there.
Yeah, my back.
You're back.
One,
Yeah, 10 seconds.
1 2 1 2. Sorry.
It's a good talk. It's a great talk.
They obscured the cause and effect. So, as Tony said, there's an effect that we can see with elements and how they bond to each other. For instance, you can see the periodic table is broken down between metals and non-metals. That's really how it is. And then there's some basically semiconductors in the middle, but it all comes down to metals and non-metals, right? And you'll see that the metals bond with non-metals in a particular way. Now, it appears to be based on their ionization, which is electrical. But where I think the theory comes in is when they start talking about why atoms are ionized. And as Tony and I are saying, they base it on the electrons and an atom's propensity to either lose or gain electrons, right? And then there'll be a binding. So if something is ionized at +1, it'll bond with something that's ionized as -1, and it'll create what's called a ionic compound. All right, which is a compound as opposed to a molecule. A molecule is when two non-metals bind, like H2O, water, or hydrogen peroxide. That would be considered a molecule, which is two non-metals binding. But the point remains that we can observe the elements binding, but the mechanism through which it does so, and they present it as fact with the orbiting, they call them electron shells and electron configurations. That's all theory. I would contend that Tony's more on the right track, and science is even admitting this now, that it's more about vibrations. And as Walter Russell, he conceptualized it more as a vortices, a vortex type of magnetic pull, right? Because you could demonstrate a vortex. Vortex pull things in. You have to conceptualize it on a dimensional level. But I would agree. And then it goes down to, what are these atom bombs if they actually exist? Because the theory behind the atom bomb is based off what they call nuclear fission, okay? Which they say that the atom is held together, which is basically the nucleus of the atom. They say is the proton and the neutron. Now, protons are all positive, okay? Neutrons are neutral. So in theory, protons shouldn't be able to stick together because they should repel. But what they're telling us is there's something called a strong force. They conceptualize it as the strong nuclear force. They're saying it's one of the forces of nature. I contend it's bullshit and it doesn't exist. But that's the force. That's the force behind the A bomb, they say. They say what they do is they create an energy that's so great that they actually split the protons, therefore maximizing what they call this strong nuclear force. But here's the point. maybe they have big bombs that go boom. Maybe they do have an A bomb, right? But I'm not buying that it's based on their theories of strong nuclear force. So it begs the question, if they have big bombs that go boom, what is it? Now, after nuclear fission, which was the A bomb, they quickly developed what they called the H bomb, which is the hydrogen bomb. That's based off nuclear fusion, apparently, which is based off hydrogen as opposed to plutonium and uranium. So then that brings in the question, what is this hydrogen bomb? What's the actual theory and mechanism behind it? I think they're occulting the true physics, and I think they're presenting us with a physics that's non-demonstrable. But I think they do know what the and they're hiding it from us, and it appears to be electrical. And I say this a million times for anybody who listens to me. Electromagnetism is the only force that is demonstrated in this reality. So what does that mean about the subatomic world? Because if there is no strong or weak nuclear forces, is there no nucleus? It brings into question the entire subatomic world that they're presenting to us, which is completely non-demonstrable. They tell us you can use spectrography and electron microscopes, but again, nobody can really demonstrate that what is below the level of the atom. I think it's more what Tony was saying, frequency and vibration. If you can discover the principles of frequency and vibration and manipulating and exploit those principles, you then may be able to gain the power of the so-called gods and then present as some kind of demigod. But it is the frequency and the vibration. I think I would agree with that.
Right, but it's also got to do with the power of the eye as well as shown in the slit experiment, because you pass electrons through there and you see a wave pattern on the other side instead of just two slits. Okay, cool. They wanted to see what was going on. They placed two cameras right at the exit point of where the electrons were passing through the slit, and all of a sudden, instead of it being a wave, it turned back into spots again, meaning that once something is viewed is when it becomes dense enough to become reality. So that proves that everything we see in front of us is more mind than it is actual codified existence.
Just think there's certain vibrations you can't exist in or survive. That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah. But I also do believe with London's work that a lot of this goes through the densities, and people want to look at other planets and not view them as like habitable. But if you think about beings operating at a different density, maybe it's perfectly habitable. And the pressures that you get outside in Jupiter and stuff like that, you can melt iron at a few degrees, because the pressure differences change how everything operates and its laws, just like
different
alchemy does
mechanics
within the
about it.
principles here. Yeah.
I generally try and think of other life forms like, I don't know, swimming in liquid oxygen or something. I don't know. Or other,
Well, they propose other life forms being silicon based instead of carbon based. It's another base structure.
Right. Silicon seems to be an important element because it has a particular property. It's considered a semiconductor. And, going back to the I/O, which we've been discussing on this channel a lot, the on-off switch, all transistors, which is the basics for all computer chip technology, they're basically transistors but advanced using binary code. All transistors need silicon. That's why they call it Silicon Valley, like in California with all the tech companies, because silicon, London man, is a semiconductor. It's either conductive or not. So you can use it as an on-off switch to create the electronic frequencies for electromagnetic signals. All digital technology is underpinned by the element silicon. It plays into everything. It goes back to what we're saying, the on-off, the ability to conduct electricity. And there's a particular characteristic of silicon that gives us the ability to harness the electrical force and use digital technology. Silicon is very important. Now, life as we know it in this physical plane that we experience as physical seems to be based on carbon. They say because of carbon's particular structure, it gives it the ability to build complex molecular chains, i.e., your DNA strands. Carbon is the basis for the DNA code because of its structure. Carbon is able to bind other elements on multiple sides to create these complex, again, molecular structures. So that's why carbon is so important here. But getting back to the topic, if you can picture reality in a different density, which I would say is just a different electrical frequency or consciousness or mind frequency, then you may have a different fundamental element as the building block of life in that particular density of reality. So we may be in the carbon reality. They say the number of a man is 666. People get that confused as the number of a beast, but Revelation says it's the number of a man. Many of us know 666 is the structure of carbon. It has 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, and 6 protons. Many of us know that. So again, is 666 the sign of a man in this physical realm? If you are to form in your body to become a man or a woman, is carbon the fundamental element? It appears that it is, at least when it comes to life in this reality.
But get this, Z, does that make us a parasite? Because carbon is one of the only 8-chain molecules, right? That has 8 open chains on it. That's why it can link with just about any other element.
Well, they say it has something to do with the electron shell. So the way chemistry presents it is an element or an atom's ability to bond with any other atom or particular element.
Lost you.
Dang, Z cut out.
Mic check. Mic check.
You're
back.
Got it.
Mic check.
You're back. Good stuff. 1, 1, 2.
Word. So I appreciate you guys hanging in with me, rapping here. So I'm trying to summarize how modern science explains the bonding of elements, right? And it's really based off the noble gases. If you go to the periodic table, the rightmost row, okay, there's 18 rows in the periodic table. The rightmost row is your noble gases. They're called noble because just like nobility, they are solid and they are independent. Noble gases don't lose electrons or gain electrons, which means they don't become ionized. They're stable. They don't really have an affinity to bond with the other elements. You can look at the elements that are to the left and to the right, which brings you all the way around to the left side of the periodic table, because the periodic table actually should wrap around and touch each other. But my point is, you can look at how any particular element on the periodic.
Oh, he's dipped out.
Oh, got you again.
He'll be back.
I got that periodic table, by the way, Z.
I saw it on Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I got one that shows the periodic table in its octaves and its corresponding colors.
So it's color coded as well. Wow.
Yeah, because until Z comes back, I'll take over for a second. Well, just like right now, you could use carbon to extract hydrogen from water to make hydrogen engines and stuff, right?
Mic check.
Well, with this theory that I'm talking
mic check.
about,
1, 2, 3.
Okay, you're back. You're back.
Sorry. Sorry,
Well, with this
Tony.
theory,
Sorry.
you could actually take the opposite female frequency of hydrogen because it's a noble gas and expel it out with beryllium, I believe it is. The frequency of beryllium you could send at a 90-degree angle to water and expel the hydrogen from it without any physical means of extraction. No electrodes,
Interesting.
nothing.
No electric, because you could extract hydrogen from water using electrolysis.
Right.
Hydrogen's unique. Hydrogen is a unique element. That's why it's the first element. It has one electron, one proton, and one neutron. That's what they tell us. But it's the only element that doesn't fit into any particular category. Tony, hydrogen is phenomenal, man. You could spend a lifetime on hydrogen.
Yeah.
But
They found gases before that.
Before hydrogen?
Yes, sir. Walter Russell talked about, I believe it was up to 7. Because where hydrogen starts, it already has supposedly several electrons around its nucleus. So you just count that and go, okay, why are we starting at, 8 or 9 or 11, whatever, or however many it has, So.
Well, it's funny because the periodic table seems to have a periodicity of 7s. That's why it's called the periodic table, because every 7th element has a similar characteristic.
Because it changes
we can go
the
off
tone.
on this. Like a scale.
Yes,
like an
and
octave.
Color, because there are 7 colors, 7 tones.
London, we're cooking now. Think about it, because you have an octave, which is 7 notes, and then the octave, the 8th note is the repeating lower note.
Yes.
Right? So
that is like the basis for alchemy.
That's the synchrony that fits in there. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So what is it about this 7? Why is there a periodicity of 7? Right? Because like we said, the noble gases.
It's very specific. It's very specific. There are 7 of these numbers and 7 periodicities because there are 7 actual physical densities in reality. So it has to correspond with the amount that you have in toto.
Right. That's the principle again. In hermetics, you have the principle of correspondence, as above, so below. Meaning to say, there are certain fundamental principles that underpin the metaphysics of this reality. So what is it, like you said, about the 7 densities, 7 notes, the periodicity of 7 in the construction of the elements?
Like I was trying to explain earlier that rocks are alive and have spirit, and it's hard for people to understand that. But if we have those same elements ourselves, then that would be your first density, would be elemental existent. It's aware that it exists. Then you go into the second density, that would be plants and animals, and they have 7 levels for each density that they go through spiritually to evolve to the next. And then they come to the third, which is conscious spiritual existence, and then you go on to the 5th, passing the 4th, which is time, up in the higher in the densities, which you have already passed through, which is the current now, that is the past, future, and present all being acted out right now. It's only in the 3rd density that we see it happen in a linear form.
Because in 5D, it would be happening at the same time, correct?
Yes.
Hey, can I say this as well, right? Because even with the 7 as well, right? When you are mentioning densities, I'm looking at that as the excuse me, the 7 bones, right? That make up the orbital structure of the skull.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, you lot are cooking.
This is what we like to do around here, Jay.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. I was thinking a lot. They reckon that there's like 75% of the universe is like antimatter or dark matter, or whatever you want to call it. Obviously, you have to have a reaction. How much dark matter do you think's out there, or antimatter?
I don't think there's
I don't.
any. I think they just made it
Yeah.
up.
Yep.
I think
They
they're
can't
pretty.
explain it.
Their math doesn't work based on their standard model of physics, right? So, based on their standard model of physics, that it basically implies the theory of gravitation, and again, back to the nuclear forces that are posited as forces of nature. The heavens don't observe. The heavens don't follow the model they've been preaching to us, basically expounded on by Einstein's 1910 theory of general relativity, and then expanded on by quantum physics. The point is, the math, the observance of the heavens, and in the micro world does not match up to the standard model. So I think the concept of dark matter and dark energy is an effort to pretty much fill in the gaps of their bullshit theories, because they're telling us that you said 70 some percent. They actually say 96% of this universe, which includes us, which includes our atoms, which includes our Earth and our reality. They say 96% of it is dark matter. But see, that's non-demonstrable. You can't demonstrate this so-called dark matter. I
No.
think it's just an error in their math, and I think it's more like what Tony's positing: an electrical world where things are based off frequency and vibration, not gravitational forces, not
Yeah,
orbiting
gravity's an effect.
electrons. Right. I would agree with that.
Where would you say all that matter and all that's going when it goes into a black hole? Where do you reckon
Well, it
that's-
doesn't all go in there.
Here's the thing, though. You're presuming that it's matter as such. So you're presuming a vacuum of space.
Time
You're
and-
presuming I'm sorry?
I said time and space and light. That's what it's taking in, isn't it?
Well, that's what we're told, but again, there's a presumption. Can you prove what it is? So we're told what it is, but what's the proof? What are we really seeing? What's demonstrable? Because based off what I'm seeing, they're observing that the heavens behave as if they're two-dimensional. That's the reality of it. Black holes behave in a way that goes against the theory of black hole, because they're supposed to have almost an extreme level of mass. Thus the black hole, because supposedly the mass is so dense that it creates a gravitational force so strong that even the particles of light cannot escape from it. Thus the black hole. This is a theory.
Just think of a bath. You pull the plug. That's the sun dying, yeah, and then you're left with a black hole, right?
Yeah, but
Right. That's what
even
they tell
Stephen
us. But where's the
Hawking-
evidence?
Hawking even won an award saying it doesn't work like that, and that it would have to have a coronal ejection at the tip that would actually force light out. And they're doing all this through mathematical conjecture. They're not doing it through observation. And as far as the theory of relativity, they want to get that number because then they'll be able to master space and time travel and all that other shit. The problem is that they're doing this off the expansion of space and time. Now, they're doing this off the distance of what they can measure something move from one point to the other. This is stupid because what they can't account for is conscious control over that expansion. So if you don't have the rate at which conscious control is affecting that expansion, you'll never find the true number of relativity to manipulate all the things you want to mess with.
Right. That's a good point.
We shouldn't be messing with
Yeah.
time, should we? Really?
Well, we might mess with time, but look, we all go to sleep at night, right? And everybody dreams. We may have the ability to manipulate time mentally and consciously. And though they present it to us as the, technology and the bending and warping of space-time, in the new Indiana Jones movie, The Dial of Destiny, which is a must-watch, again, highly encoded.
Yeah.
It's based around what they call the Dial of Destiny, which is based off. They bring it back to Archimedes in ancient Greece, but they say they posit that there's fissures in time, and if you can identify a fissure in time, you can travel back. But I think we have the ability to travel at any point in time using our mentality, man, using our consciousness. It's kind of like Tony was saying, okay, let's break this reality down to different frequencies, different densities, so-called. The concept of time then sort of materializes as a construct of this particular density. If you're able to enter another frequency band, another density, does time dissolve and become, let's say, less uniform, less linear? Time travel
Less
may be
relevant.
right. It might be accessible in ways that they're just not presenting to us, in ways that are conscious. Look at the shamanic traditions, whether they use plant medicines or other methods to achieve certain states of consciousness. You can look at transcendental meditation and other mechanisms to achieve states of consciousness where people have certain insights. There's even rumors of certain military programs where they've tried to develop people's ability to astral travel and project to different time periods and different places. We might be looking at it all wrong. Okay, so what? They tell us you can invent a time machine. They give us Back to the Future, where Doc and Marty, make a DeLorean into a time machine. Technology, technology, technology. What if this is something that we possess within us, the ability to travel through time and space within our very
100%.
nature, and they just hid it from us?
I agree with that.
Yep.
Well, we're still stuck in the Euclidean math system, which came from how long ago, and a Gregorian calendar. So they changed the science to a mechanical nature. They changed the calendar so we don't know really when we were born or what really is going on with the time. And it puts us all off our natural schedules, our natural thinking, our natural excited points in time. Do you think they teach you in school that your most creative time is Friday night because it's the farthest from Monday? So you should do all your like good goal seeking and productive thinking on those nights.
It's party time, right? Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's your Friday night essence. But that's when they tell you to go out and drink and fuck around and waste your time because they want you to take your productive time and go waste it away.
And they definitely provide all the distractions to do that.
Have you got an underground bunker? Because you're a prepper. Have you got a bug out? Have you got your bug out?
No, I have a year's worth of beans, bullets, and Band-Aids, pretty much.
Fantastic. All you need now
The 3 Bs.
all you need now is the water and you're set. Yes.
That's cold.
I have a prepper pantry that was an old bedroom that we converted, and I pressure can meats and veggies, and I have most of the stuff I have is like homemade, so I know exactly what's in it because I don't really trust what the supermarkets, all the preservatives. It's bad for your health, and so I just want to make sure my family's taken care of should the food supply or something happen. And you see how people acted with toilet paper. God forbid something real happen.
Yeah, I've got 60 rolls in today.
Nice.
Pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I'm all into the prepping. I do, like I said, the canning, the preserving, the drying of the food, and as much as I love the technology and AI stuff I dabble with and the website stuff, it's important to learn the old methods too, because I think there's going to come a time when people wish they knew how to do those old things.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. I agree.
I even learned I bought a knitting loom, and I'm making like big blankets and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot of work, but it's well worth it to know how to do those old fashioned things.
Nice, yeah. Hey, I'm a guy. I sew.
You're valuable. You're a valuable guy then, eh?
Ain't nobody else gonna fix it. And I'm like, I remember home ec. I remember making the bag and the shorts and, all the things we
I've
made.
never been able to sew. I'm jealous, Tony. My eyesight doesn't let me do that. So good on you. I wish I could do that.
Well, I had a little practice when I was a kid. My mom, when I was really young, used to make our clothes. And she had the patterns and everything. She made our Halloween costumes for years. So I already kind of knew how to just do regular needle and thread, just single thread yourself by hand as opposed to with the machine. I
Yeah.
play around with the machine, but I sucked at it, So
Dangerous.
yeah, I can sew some shit.
Good on you. Good on you.
What was the
do good
first
at-
thing you? What was the first thing you cooked in home economics?
In home economics,
Yeah.
I believe I made a cake, but I was really distracted because for some reason the cute girl in class wanted to be my partner, and I didn't understand.
Right. Pizza.
Yeah. I was more nervous than anything, so I just wanted to pick something that was cool, so I picked a dessert.
Cool.
Yeah, it's weird. I have a photographic memory, so I actually remember that day exactly what happened, what I did.
So did you
It's a
get
curse.
the girl? That's what we want to know, Tony.
Oh no. I was not a girl chaser. I was what do you say, a whole clean person until I was 19.
Oh, come
So-
on now.
Yeah, till I was out of high school.
Nice. I
Yep.
never, given the stories I've heard from you, Tony,
Oh, I know. My whole family was like, "No way, not you." And I'm like, "You can think whatever you want, but no."
Nice.
I'm a decent guy in that respect.
He said, "Uh-oh."
Tony, are you a ladies' man? Is that what Pamela's letting us in on?
That
Hey,
might be what I'm alluding to. Based
That was a
on
long
your
time
position-
ago, Z. I'm 44 now, and yeah.
You were the old man tone.
Yeah. Once
Don't
upon
be
a time.
saying old. I'm 44 too. I don't want to hear that.
Well, okay, fine. I'm not gonna say I didn't have a 33-year-old girlfriend a few years ago, but we'll just leave it at that. And then the whole whatever you guys talk about, what is it, MGTOW or whatever, go your own way, celibacy, focus on yourself. Actually, what you said was the hermetics, which causes you to be the hermit. Shut out all distractions and find out who the fuck you really are.
That's what I've been doing too.
Yeah, Tony. I never put that hermit. That's interesting. What I'm finding, man, with this hermetics is that hold on. What I'm finding with this hermetics is that it appears to be some of the most ancient knowledge that I think it's post-flood, or post-diluvian knowledge that was preserved. They attribute the knowledge of the hermetics to the character Hermes. The Greeks called him Hermes. Apparently, the Egyptians was Thoth or Thoth was this Hermes figure, and it appears to be the most hidden and fundamental knowledge that you find through the mystery schools, through the secret societies. It all apparently comes down to this knowledge of Hermes, of Thoth, passed down, and it really is very simple but very profound, because it all comes down to energy, frequency, rhythm, polarity, gender, and it paints a reality of, like what Tony is saying, a reality that's multidimensional based on frequency, right? Based on frequency. And the thing that I find most fascinating is that they hid the knowledge from us. Like, they on purpose kept the knowledge from the average person, and only the elites or the indoctrinated were able to be into it. And to me, that tells us something, because they presented us with a science over the last 500 years through this Jesuit-run education system that is completely like a lesser level of this true knowledge that the Hermetics understood about frequency. And then they gave us like this figure of Tesla, and Tesla was supposed to be this super huge genius who figured about frequencies. He didn't figure out anything. He was just tapped into this occulted knowledge about energy and frequency. And it really, and getting back to what you said, Tony, about it makes you a hermit. When you understand this reality and vibrations, and you start looking at everything that you encounter through vibrations, when you bring that to people, I agree with what you're saying, because then you're just vibing everybody out. It's not even about what they're saying. It's not about how they behave. It's what vibration do you get from people. And then if you start to tune yourself to a certain resonant frequency, you're going to be repelled from certain people and you're going to be attracted to other people. And Tony, the people that I'm attracted to are very few and far between at this point. So I get what you're saying about that like hermit thing, dude, because I'm
Well, and how
experiencing
many
that now.
principles are there? There are 7.
And that
7
all
hermetic
comes down,
principles. That's right.
and
Yep.
that whole deal comes down to your frequency, because if you're not on the same frequency with another person, there's going to be disharmony. And that's why
Yeah.
sometimes when our frequency changes, we see certain people filtering in and out of our lives.
Discord.
I think Z's onto something with the hermetic principles, because I know I've studied it too. I think all the truth that's been like eradicated and attempted to be abolished from the realm are the truths we need to look into. If you look at the Gnostic Gospels and the Gnostics, look how they were like killed and how their information was like eradicated,
Oh,
destroyed.
100%. And with what they do now on YouTube is they'll just give you the 7 hermetic principles. They don't tell you there's a level above that, to where literally you get to skip a few of the principles. Like the positive and negative, the duality is the pendulum swing, what they talk about karma. You know, you do a bad thing, it comes back that hard, you know, good, positive and negative. You know, but there is a way to skip past the pendulum swing and positive and negative, because you realize mentally that there is no real such thing as positive and negative, because they're really just dipoles of the same energy. You know, like hot and cold. Where does hot stop and cold begin? You know, where does positive end and negative begin?
It's just a
You know,
spectrum.
yeah, it's all the same energy. So then you get to skip that principle, which in India, you know, going from karma to dharma, you know, to where you're avoiding the daily karma of the pendulum swing of personal judgment, criticism, negative thought, projection, all those things that we do that are toxic to ourselves, even though we're just sitting there looking at the negativity of others.
Very interesting. Got cooking.
Yeah, there's extra chakras too, man. It's pretty badass. You can unlock 2 more that are different colored. And a
Agreed.
4th eye. It's quite trippy, man. I've been into it for a few years and I've been, needless to say, very obsessed. I talk about the regular subjects up here because, you know, I can remember and recite shit well, but you know, with Z and you're talking about, like, yeah, that's definitely my passion.
Yeah, and like you said, it goes real deep beyond the basics that they give you, because when most people study hermetics, it's based off the Kabbalion, which apparently was published in like around like 1912 or something like that, out of a Masonic lodge, of course. And it's like a cliff noted version of these ancient, you know, principles that are thousands of years old. And it even alludes to in the Kabbalion that there's so many higher levels that are just reserved for the masters. That because when you get into those, you become like a and it says that you become like a demigod, because you then, like Tony said, you're able to then transcend those principles, the principle of duality. And apparently it's all about, you increase your frequency. So if you can increase your frequency to a point, you start to rise above the duality of the lower frequencies. And then you become as a god, right? And this is the shit that they're keeping from us. This is the stuff, and maybe it's for good reason, because we're talking about powerful stuff here. Maybe the most powerful thing that there is, knowledge, true knowledge.
You will
So
incur attacks. I'm not joking. Like, I'm not trying to be all hooey fooey with people, but you go too far into these principles, you will incur attacks, whether it's you yourself and your own psyche doing it to you or not. But there are certain levels you will question your validity of wanting to stay here.
Or go further in the knowledge.
Yeah, it gets scary. You know, it's like that old additive, you know, be careful what you wish for. You think do you really, I'll ask everybody that here, do you think you'd really want to read everybody's minds? Because I can
No.
tell you what, if you did, you wouldn't like anybody anymore.
I wouldn't. I have a
Not
hard
even
enough
your
time
family,
reading
you'd
people's
hate them.
chats.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's funny you say that, Tony, because one of the highest things in Hermeticism is the ability to mind control people, right? And it's all based off it's all based off mentalism, exactly, and the power of suggestion. And man, you're right, man. When you start getting into understanding the principles behind that, it gets crazy. But then here's the thing, Tony. To me, it gives insight on how they're mind controlling the entire world population right now. They're using these hermetic principles of mentalism to control everybody. It's basically hypnosis, and through the power of frequency and suggestion, you're able to literally implant thoughts into people's minds and control them. And you're exactly right. It's mentalism.
That's the first pitfall in mentalism, is finding out that power that you can manipulate people and not moving past it. If you do it and use it, then you didn't understand the principle, and you just fell for the ego side that goes, okay, now I can manipulate people. Ha 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 ha. Okay, you just put yourself in the pendulum swing and it's going to come back and kick your ass. You know.
It's interesting. I was thinking about what Z said earlier and about the Hollywood movies and all of that. What if all the stuff, all the big movies with all the lineups, all the like #1 box office hits, that what if they're trying to tell us what they want to do and they're putting that programming in people's minds and we're creating it?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Creating your own torture in your head.
Or creating their reality, and then they're basically putting the spell out, and we're doing the work to make it come to life. The energy with what we put the time we like put that in our heads and stuff.
Yeah, we don't see utopian movies, only dystopia.
There's a
My
reason
question
for that.
is, would you rather have 6 months notice or just it happen?
I wouldn't give a shit.
I think you'd go crazy
this is
if you
coming
knew
from
it was gonna...
somebody who had a conspiracy theory father when I was a kid, who used to run around telling everybody the sky is falling, the sky is falling. You know what? I'm going to enjoy it until the fireball hits me. It ain't going to change it, and I don't have superpowers to stop it.
But I think part of that film was like, would you go crazy if you found out you had 6 months to live? So would you look up or would you look down? That was part of it.
I'd look in.
I'd look in, yeah. It's funny when they found out, someone went, I'm going to get an 8-ball.
I'll be having a good time, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, there's that old thing that basically states that you should wake up every day feeling like $1 million, and here's why. If I told each one of you that I would give you $10 million, but the only stipulation is you wouldn't wake up tomorrow, I'm taking a guess that none of you would take that $10 million. So tomorrow morning when you wake up, tell me why you don't feel like $10 million.
Good one. I'm going to take that to church.
You know? It's a blessing.
So what was that movie about that you were just referencing?
Like Z said, it was about an asteroid that they found coming to Earth. It's a planet killer, and there were ways to deal with it, possibly, but they just didn't go down them routes, you know.
That's interesting.
Very good film. I really highly recommend you watch it.
Is it an old one or a new?
Like about 1.5 years, like Z said, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Was that the Don't Look Up?
Sorry?
Was that the Don't Look Up movie?
Yeah, really good.
I hadn't seen it either. I wanted to make sure, so I want to watch that too.
Yeah, it's really good and a great ending as well. You have to fast forward the titles and then get to the very end, and then it's very good.
they was talking about what is it called? One of those satellites. Remember when I was talking with the occultics and they was presenting the Osiris and the Apex, the comet and the satellite. But I saw something that flashed up today, and they was talking about they reckon it's coming closer for some reason.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I saw that. We're gonna get hit. Oh no. It won't happen, man. That's when you'd watch the Earthlight go Transformer style, pull out the bat, knock that thing away, and be like, "I was just kidding, y'all. Sorry, I was hiding."
No, it's crazy because I look at it like this now, right? What if something was approaching us, right? But it's in the oceans swimming towards us.
Oh,
I thought it was mad when I said, "Do you think we've been to the moon?" And you said we're on the moon. That's pretty mad.
There is the model with the hollow Earth that says the hollow Earth basically states we're in a concave place to where we're actually looking inward towards the center, and we need to dig to get to space.
Oh, wow. Dude.
Wouldn't that be wild? It's inverted. I'm not saying it's that way. It's just a crazy model.
Well, London, man, I mean, I think space is more likely water than anything, man. So, you know, whether there's some called like Leviathan, right? Like a Titan like Leviathan. Even in Revelation, it says, these great beasts will arise from the sea. Well, who knows what that really means? What sea?
Oh, shit.
Because that
Good
same
point.
Bible tells you there's waters above, right? So, what are we talking about here?
Exactly.
In that Hellboy movie, they showed the portal opening up from above. And if you look at the origins of the word space, it used to be called ether. So they changed that word to mean something empty as opposed to something that's a physical substance. And even Einstein said it. We shouldn't think of it as a mechanical universe of rocks. We should think of it more as a mind. And what is our mind filled with? Fluid.
Fluidic space.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that concept. And obviously there is fluid in space, and gases and all sorts. It'd be ice, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would be ice.
And to be honest with you, it's considered that we have an iron universe. If you go off how our little solar system is set up, we would actually mimic an iron atom, which is why iron and steel is such a used thing here, because it's so manipulatable and strong.
Well, they say we're in the Iron Age also. You can look at the different ages, the Golden Age, the Silver. We're apparently in the Iron Age.
I thought we were in the digital age.
No, I mean consciously, right?
Right.
Spiritually, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right. Well, maybe that's the same. Like it follows the densities. And that's what I was talking to London about before, which may explain instant petrifaction and fossilization of all these large animals and giants and large statues that we see. If we had a planet that was in the second density and all these giants and huge beings were around, if that planet went from a second to third density shift, it would be a huge vibrational event that would be volcanoes, tidal waves, liquefaction of the ground, mud floods, and you would basically have a permineralization and nucleophilic substitution of all the biology to basically instantly petrify it. So maybe it wasn't Medusa the person, or as opposed to the Medusa effect of this vibrational change through the densities from second to third. And would explain why we're looking at such large beasts, because in the second density, this planet may have been 2 to 3 times larger.
There's a lot of people speculate that we're going to go through that same upgrade again.
Yeah.
When you say
end of
larger,
the 70,000 year cycle.
When you say larger, I just think it would be a bigger continent like Pangea was. That's what I think it meant.
Well, like one continent.
Yeah, one continent. Yeah.
But even the description of Pangea is, it seems like they want to show you more, but they're just showing you the same silhouette what they show you on Mars in another crater. It mimics it, and on the crater on Mars, they say it looks like a bird, an eagle, and that's exactly what the old Pangea looks like. Almost look like a celestial bird, to be honest, but the Mars boys are calling it an eagle in the crater, and looks exactly like the Pangea map.
Huh. And that was the old continent. Because the old stories basically say that there were Martians and life there at one time, but they went all transhumanist and started using external technologies to increase their spiritual nature, and it cut off their ability to reproduce. And that's when supposedly their souls were transported here, and there are a few faiths in religion that actually believe it now, including the Mormons.
Oh.
Yeah, the Mormons think they're space Martians.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, they seem pretty friendly, wholesome, but not my cup of tea for a bullshit religion, is it?
Well said.
But I mean, even with that alien stuff, right? I mean, what are they trying to show us with this alien stuff now? Because even when we look at some of these creatures that we see on these maps, right, and we're like, wow, dragon, wow, this, that. I mean, I seen them have some pictures of these aliens, right, that is on these coins and these pictures and stuff. Like, I've seen them on certain pictures. Do you reckon that could have also been a subspecies besides man at one time?
Definitely.
Yeah. Possibly.
Because it's crazy, right? One of the craters that I came across, and the way how it's depicted to me, I think I did present it in part 10 the other day, but it almost looks like, how they show you that movie for Mars Attack, right, with the aliens and their heads in that glass dome, right? One of the craters, it looks exactly like that, like it used to be a subspecies, like an alien head or something. You know how they show you the elongated head people,
right?
So that could have been a thing alongside us. Who knows? Like, they talk about Yakub and cone heads and all these things. Hollywood, once again, they make movies about these things, right? Subliminally trying to show you these things. So even with that crater, right, it reminded me of like a spaceman from Mars Attack. That's why I threw the Mars Attack man in there, because it kind of looked like that. And now we're just talking about I've seen these alien guys printed on these coins, right? I've seen them on different time stamps throughout the history, right? So it's like,
what's crazy, London? Maybe they're showing us from the future, because remember I was talking to you guys before? I just made this connection. Sorry. Remember how I talked about how you can add chakras and basically upgrade yourself?
Yeah.
Do you know one of the things about upgrading yourself is it elongates your skull?
Oh shit. Okay.
So I don't know, man. Maybe it takes you into a future version of yourself, and you need the extra room for the spiritual capacity or the mentation. I don't know. But I just thought it was ironic that you were bringing up the cone heads and that, because that ties into what I was just talking about.
Yeah, deep. I like that. Yeah, okay.
I don't think they're aliens, man. I think they're us.
Yeah.
In the future.
I think the alien narrative is a damn fine distraction, though, if that's the case.
Oh yeah, like with the government and the Space Force and just
Yeah.
admitting it now and
Yeah.
oh yeah, and all of a sudden we're gonna release files and let it be openly talked about. Like, dude, get out of here.
Or that
I think we
garbage.
can tell which ones are like things that we could make and things that, you know, there's no frickin' way.
Yeah, everything we're gonna make's gonna have 90-degree angles of some sort, I'm sure. And like bolts and like, you know, same
Well, it's
type of
not going to be
stuff.
like trans-dimensional and like some of these other ones are doing to where they literally morph shape while they're moving.
Yeah, what is up with that shit? Is that real or fake, that stuff? I've seen it a few times. I'm like, I don't know what to say.
There's so much fake stuff. Like, look how the mainstream media took that narrative of supposed aliens at a mall in Miami and just ran with it, and it was just something someone made up from TikTok.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, that back garden thing as well. That was all like just for content, wasn't it?
Wow.
Well, I honestly feel like they're trying to normalize the whole alien thing so they can push their agenda with that.
Yeah.
But
I think this alien thing is like people hallucinating and stuff, you know. I don't believe in it.
You know, I'm thinking, right? Even if something like that did exist, right? I'm thinking of that on a macro level.
Oh right, yeah.
Understand?
I mean,
yeah.
When I
Like,
was a kid, looking
cosmic.
at the moss on the roof, I used to think, oh, that's a little universe in itself, you know, as a kid. So if you go macro, it sort of is, isn't it? Micro, sort of.
Yeah, interesting. 420, if you got that. You a smoker, Jay?
Yeah, big time.
You're in the right place.
Yeah,
I know he smokes. I heard him rolling one earlier.
Yeah, so I was going to turn my mic off to be polite. I thought,
no, to be honest with you, I know it well enough that London does it all the time, and I know exactly what it sounds like, and that wasn't London's roll.
Okay, man.
Dang,
I told you, man, curse. Curse. I'll be honest, that's why I went into the understanding of the hermetics and the other principles. You know, I had a memory and a mentality that I didn't see with other people, no matter how much I brought up how well I could recite things and remember things. And it started me on this journey that literally by the end of it blew my mind. And I realized how dumb I really was, because this whole time I'm thinking that I can remember things perfectly and that my logic is working really good and this is somehow my mind, and then come to find out it's just 100% intuition. You literally over logic yourself and convince yourself that you were, you know, mentally coming to these conclusions, when some of these conclusions are so far out there, there's no way that you could have naturally come to that if you weren't just naturally intuiting that information, you know. So then you kind of have to get set back to zero again and start over with a little bit of humble pie, you know, and come at it with a different angle, you know.
The older I get, the less I realize I know.
Yep.
Toss said it. He goes, for every goal you reach but lengthens the path.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Every question you answer will ask 5 more questions.
Exactly.
But you do get to a point to where these start becoming common denominators, you know, and instead of being 50 questions, it's just a few concepts, you know, and that's when you start finding the insights, which are mental integrations. You know, you're finding the common denominator of the whole spectrum, which, like what Z was saying about the hermetics, we all want to find religion, and this is the oldest one, and you go back and look at it, and it's just all about fixing yourself. It doesn't say kill people, convert people, beat women, don't like gay people, none of this, none of that, no dogmas. It's work on you. And this is how the universe works.
It's all about you, not the universe. You know?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. You
Oh
know.
my God. My
I hadn't,
ex-wife would punch you,
I
Sorry, mate.
hadn't heard that since school.
but that's why she's my ex-wife.
I said it for
I'm
a
just
fact.
kidding. I'm just kidding. I
I
don't
said.
want that bad karma. Jumping out of the pendulum swing.
What was that thing I saw the other week? God, I forgot what it's called now. It's on Netflix. I think it's called Don't Go Back or something. I don't know.
Don't do what?
Don't Go Back, something like that. Hang on. It comes to
Don't
me.
go back.
Yeah.
Don't eat yellow snow.
Definitely don't eat yellow snow.
You got a fan in the building, Z.
Oh?
What's that, London?
You got a fan in the
I can't see the
building.
chat. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. You want to
hint?
I'm
You got
just.
check this out. Look, you got a random fan in the building.
A random fan.
Was that Sean?
There you go.
Yeah, nice. What's up, Sean?
That's the button
man.
king right there.
That's right. He's got buttons for everybody. Sean, do you have a London Man button? I'm sure he does.
Dude, if you had a sanity machine sealed in button.
Oh, I want one.
Yeah.
Hook, line,
That's
sinker right
sanity.
there.
That's King Steven. He's something else, man. Talk about a character. Wow, he's one of those, man. He's one in a million. He's a peach, that guy. Wow. Holy moly.
Real peach.
Wow.
You know, I'm being nice, you know. Here's the thing, though. See, I try to look at everybody with at least a degree of compassion, right? I don't have hatred in my heart towards people. But not everybody shares that, because a lot of people move on these streets in a real weird way. I like how London calls them weirdos, because,
That's what
you
they
know,
are.
because you can't understand them, because the logical mind can't understand how these people behave and operate. And it's fascinating. I see them everywhere. And, you know, I'm learning more and more how to navigate, you know, with these people. But he's definitely one of them. This Steven guy, man, he was cracking me up. Some of that stuff you guys were playing over here. I was dying.
Yeah,
he crazy.
It's just crazy because like he like claims he's all like spiritual or spirit, and he's going to get everyone out of here, and like all the great spiritual teachers were humble and respectful and kind and all the qualities he doesn't, you know, have.
Pamela, that's so many people on this platform. Like, you know, without calling certain people out, it's like, you know, they elevate themselves to some level, and then you know.
But are they promising like they're gonna like seal people in and stuff? This guy's like crazy.
Right, like his whole thing was you're going to be trapped here for eternity, and
Yeah.
you know, he's got the key out of here. Whenever somebody starts expressing that they have the truth, or you know, or they equate themselves with the truth, right? So they become the truth. So then any attacks on them is analogous to an attack on truth, right? See, it's a very slippery slope, and no mortal is going to live up to that characterization. So once they do that, they already lose credibility, because because they just by nature are hypocritical. You know, I'm seeing that all over it's almost like when there's a certain personality type that gains a bit of attention, you know, maybe the old term megalomania is appropriate, but you watch these behaviors. It's like once they get the attention on them, then you see this cult of personality sort of situation, and then you could watch all their cult-like followers and their behaviors. And what I'm seeing more is like each community comes to represent the personality of the cult-like figure at the top, and then all the little minions just take on the characteristic of the charismatic leader. Because the charismatic leader, Tony, it goes back to what we were saying about the male and the female, and the masculine and the feminine. So the leader takes on masculine characteristics. Now, I can contend that they're often not real, that they're just characteristics that they're adopting, usually to compensate for some insecurity. But they take on the masculine, and then the followers are necessarily feminine. So the leader then dictates the culture, and then the followers manifest and embody the culture dictated by the leader. And what a phenomenon that we're seeing this happen on YouTube, because it's creating all of these little types of situations where you have a leader and their followers, and then the behavior, and to watch the behavior, that to me is the fascinating part, because it's not logical, it's not reasonable, because you can't reason with these people, you can't logic with these people. So then it's just a matter of how do you navigate interactions with these people, if you're to do so at all, realizing how insane they're behaving. And we may have a situation going on like that with this King Stephen.
Well, Z, I was going to ask you, you're a prominent person in this community. People kind of put you on the pedestal. How do you kind of intend on navigating those waters when you come back on Monday?
So I have certain principles that I function by. One is, that's why I call my show a show, Z Show, right? Because by making it a show with a start and an end time, I approach it with a particular energy, okay? So that's the first thing that I do, is like, I then have the Z persona, so to speak, right? So I'm operating through the Z persona. That's why you don't see me like, with selfies of myself. I don't talk about my personal life. I don't talk about my relationships, right? So I've drawn a line between the I, who I am, and then the me persona, that is the Z, because Z is an aspect of me, right? Z's not all, it's Z's me, but it's not all of me. And that's why not everybody likes Z. That's why to some people, Z's a narcissist. That's why I refer to Z as the third person. Even on my show, Pamela, I don't say I'm going to do this. I'll be like, oh, let's do it. Welcome to Z Show. You don't like Z. So I operate online through the Z persona, right? That's how I do it, Pamela, because I disassociate the persona with myself, so it doesn't become about me, right? And so far and I started with that mindset. That's how I started, because, my real name's John, but I'm not John everywhere, and I don't even like when people call me John online, because John's not there, Z's there. You're talking to Z on my show. Now, people also comment to me, Pamela,
Z,
is that, yeah, go ahead.
Z, can you say hello to Z for me in the future?
What? What?
Z, can you say hello to John in the future? That's what I meant to say.
John's not nearly exciting as Z. Trust me.
Z
John
is
doesn't really.
Hey, I fuck with John. I fuck with Dr. John any day. Yo, cold.
Well, see, it's funny, London, that you say that, is because people will say to me that I have a different personality depending on the channel that I'm on, right? So when London and I are sitting around talking about, I don't know, certain concepts, I'll drop into other parts of my personality, right? Or if I'm somewhere else, I'll have another persona. Or if I'm being attacked, I'll have another persona. But they're just aspects of me. So I've said it like this, Pamela, to people. I say, look, when I come on here, I'm in a creative process, right? So I want to come on here, and I choose, or I approach this endeavor as a creative process. And through that, different parts of my creativity comes out. So sometimes I'll talk to London Man and it's Dr. John talking to you, right? And we'll go into that, or somebody else. Or other times it's other parts of my personality that maybe are more aggressive. But I do notice that, and I do have a different, and maybe all of us do this somewhat, but if I'm on somebody's channel, I'll defer to the energy of that channel, right? Because certain channels have a certain energy, and then I'll basically adapt to that energy. Right, adapt, exactly. That's the word. Because I think to me that's normal, because that's how communication works. So last night, if I'm on Talcott's channel, I'm going to communicate with Talcott in a particular way to have a fruitful, productive, synergistic interaction, because every time I'm on somebody's channel, I'm looking to co-create with that person. If I choose to step on their channel, I defer to them. I realize they're in their world. I don't try to control them. I don't try to make it my own, but I want to be able to contribute. So what I notice that I do is I communicate with different people on their channels in different ways, depending on the energy that they're coming at me with and that they're creating. And it's just something that I do naturally, which is funny because on Z Show, I don't talk about half of the stuff that I'm into, right? But I'll go on London Man's show and I'll start talking about neurology and energy and how our senses work and how we perceive the world. But on my show, I'm not in a state where I usually talk about that. It's like other things. But so I know that was a long-winded answer, Pamela, but that's kind of how I take it. I'll just operate it in a persona. Go ahead.
I was just curious because, you know, you're well read and you know the optics of like parasocial relationships and like how things work in the metaverse. And I respect like you in London. And I was just curious, you know, for my own personal reasons, like navigating those type of waters, you know, because I see the optics, I see the cult optics. And like, you know, like a lot of people have a following. Like, I'm surprised the whole time you were on hiatus, Z, your ears weren't constantly burning, because I couldn't go to a live stream where someone is like, where's Z? Where's Z? And that's amazing and stuff. But I was just curious because one day I might decide to hop in the arena, and I was like, you know, I've noticed you navigate the water smoothly, much like London. And so I was just curious about your perspective, you know?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, you know, to me, this is a big ego game. All right, let's look at the medium. Let's just look at social media in general, you know. It seems to be set up to exploit certain human characteristics, human tendencies, and the ego being primary amongst those. And I think it creates a situation where people destroy themselves. So anybody who heard me on Talcott last night, I kept saying, in reference to another content creator, I realize now that every attack against me only empowers me and will lead to their own detriment and their own destruction. That's what I'm realizing, is because they're just playing into their own ego game, which I think creates a self-perpetuating vicious loop or vicious circle that inevitably leads to their destruction. And I think any cult follows that. Is that when the leader enters that state and it becomes about them and they associate themselves with the truth, I think then they necessarily begin their own destruction. And that's how I'm handling it, because going along with the things that you're talking about, Pamela, are these other things, because now I'm just a lightning rod for attacks, nonstop attacks, because people sense what you just said, Pamela, and then by nature, you see behaviors and responses from all these other people's, and they just keep coming. It doesn't really end, because it's really not about me or them. It's a particular energy that we're embodying. So if I'm going to embody a certain energy, other energies are going to respond in a particular way. So I depersonalize it. I don't make it about me or them. And then I'm going to go back to what Tony and I have been talking about, this hermeticism and these principles, is that love and hate, as Tony was alluding to, are of the same nature, just different in degree. By that logic, love and hate are actually the same thing, just different vibrations. So if they are sending me a hate vibration, I can use a certain principle of mentalism to transmute that into love. That the hate that they give me, actually, to me, I receive it as love. And that may sound crazy to people, but it's real. And I'm in the middle of discovering that now. And it's empowering me in ways that I didn't know were
Yeah,
possible.
Fucking A,
The
dude.
hate that you.
Fucking
Go
A.
ahead. Go ahead.
That's
we got a saying
beautiful.
over here: "Kill them with kindness," and that seems to be what you're
Right.
doing,
Yeah.
That's beautiful. And for the record, the places I hang out are unlike like I don't hang out in a lot of the culted places. So the things I were seeing were good, by the way, just so you know.
Brilliant.
Oh, you're
Yeah, I
spot on,
appreciate
Z.
that. And so
That's a fact,
it
bro.
gives me a different understanding how to, like, approach this thing. And that's kind of how I'm navigating these waters, because I do think this community is kind of a special thing. I see it as a group of conscious creators that are somehow resonating with each other. I do think that the algorithms have curtailed us into these particular echo chambers.
Well, they've certainly
So,
divided us up against each other.
right. So what do? It's divide and conquer. You put us on a plantation and then get us to fight amongst each other and tear each other apart. It's very sick.
It's a confined space. What are we supposed to do? We are still part animals, so you take a regular fish tank with peaceful fish and then you throw in one bass or a piranha and it's going to bite off every head in the tank for fun.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're seeing. So I think what we're watching is certain power dynamics expressing themselves in particular ways, and it's fascinating for me to watch. But I depersonalize it, so I don't look at the person or the group. I look at it as the energy that they're embodying in a natural way. They just happen to be the agents of that energy, So they're the agent of that energy, and they're just expressing that energy. And if it wasn't them, it's somebody else. So why fight them? Now, I'll defend myself. So you saw me, London Man, if you saw how I operated on Talcott yesterday, I came on Talcott's channel neutral, right? I came on his channel and had a conversation with him, and it was a conversation that was a certain energetic level. It was talking about consciousness and God and empowerment. But as soon as he introduced a certain element into that conversation, which he didn't have to do, see, he chose to bring that element in.
Chaos.
Once he brought that, right? So and I love Jack. I'm not saying he did anything wrong, because I do it on my channel all the time.
It's still
because it's
chaos
compelling,
if you say
it's
that
interesting.
name.
Well, he didn't just say the name; he brought him on panel, right? So now he introduces that energy into my energy. So now I'm going to be in a different energy, because what I realize is you can't be feminine in certain things. There's a masculine and a feminine. If I want to come on here and be a creator, somebody who people are going to resonate with, and which puts me in a leadership position, and there's a responsibility with leadership. People give their time and energy towards me in a particular way. If somebody listens to me for 3 hours of the day, there's an energy exchange. I have a responsibility in a leadership role to embody a certain energy, and that energy, if it's going to be productive, has to be a masculine energy. So if somebody is trying to basically come at me and feminize me with their masculinity, I'm naturally going to respond in a particular way, which isn't even conscious. It just happens. So that's why if I'm encountered with certain energies, you see me present with another type of energy. And it's not even like it's conscious. It's just a manifestation. It's just an embodiment of that particular interpersonal dynamic. And it just comes off that way, right? So that's
You're
sort of
talking
like
about the
what you'll see.
duality, Z. Because if we all
Right.
have male and feminine energy in us, if we're expressed as male physically, we have a hidden feminine half, which
you see in these overly aggressive emotional males that call themselves alpha and sigmas that are far from it.
Right.
And then with the
And it's
females, you
actually
have the male
feminine,
half,
right?
and that's where you find these overly aggressive females who try to act overly male while calling themselves feminists. You know what I'm saying?
I would
So
agree, because the particular content creator that was the topic last night, ironically, embodies more feminine characteristics than almost anybody I see here. Okay,
yes,
following people around. Okay, like it's a female characteristic to maintain a conflict beyond the moment or beyond the circumstance. That's a female tendency. Anybody who's worked in like a corporate environment understands that when two men typically have a conflict, it's typically expressed explosively, but then it will resolve rather quickly and they'll find a neutrality. But the feminine energy is quite different, right? The feminine energy tends to be more emotional, and it embodies a different energy. So when you see, like, you fucking nailed it, Tony. When you see these guys who are acting overly masculine, beating their chest, so to speak, that's actually a feminine energy that they're embodying, because they're using a masculine presentation to overcompensate for the feminine energy that they embody. And that's what I'm seeing with these people, because these people who are engaging in gang stalking behavior, because here's the difference. And people will say to me, "Oh, John, they'll say, Z, what's the difference between you and Paul? How are you any different than him?" I'll say, here's the difference. If I'm saying something, it's on my channel, or it's in a channel that I resonate with me. You don't see me stalking people, following them around. You don't see me doing smear campaigns on people. You don't see me doing crimes, defaming people's names. I don't do those things because they're feminine. That's a feminine thing. I'm actually in my masculine, which is ironic because on my show, I sing show tunes with like a gay guy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care about, I'll acknowledge if another man is physically attractive because I'm
that's
actually
called
secure
security.
in my masculinity.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what
And
it's
that
called to
comes
be
and
a
that comes
male.
across. That's why we like you. That's why we were entertained by you. I
Yeah.
don't understand all the chaos energy and following people around and raising hell. I try to avoid. I'm a stoic, so I try not to get in my feelings too much. But I won't even leave comments in people's section anymore because like people are just complete trolls. I just drop the creator an email and move on because like I try to avoid conflict at all costs. When people start beefing with me, I lay low. So I don't understand at all the whole following people around and putting energy into like demeaning and like harassing people. To me, it's so childish and so immature.
It's the hardest part, I think, of the principles is to go through life, and especially in the YouTube metaverse, and be unaffected. Can you still maintain your happiness, your peace of mind, whatever you have going on while that's happening? And I'm not going to lie, I'm an empathic person. And after some of these streams of some of these negative people on there, like I never get sick in my adult life, but I will get like a fever and I will just feel like crap for the rest of the night because that energy was so freaking low that you got to realize that some people that have the empathic nature grew up in risk assessment situations when they were
I did
young
too.
to where the adults they are around become the risk and they become professionals at reading the room. And as an adult they become empathic to where you think if they go into a crowd they're going to be reading the most positive minds in the room. No, they're not. They're constantly reading the room looking for the risk,
No, we
so
pick
they
up
will
on
go into
the
a crowd and feel like shit.
Yeah, we pick up on the negative and the red flags like quick before anything. And when I go to a panel and the energy is negative, I feel like the life's been drained out of me. And that's why sometimes when I have too much trouble with people, I'll just like back off because I like to preserve my happiness and my joy. And I when people are really negative, like I it cuts me, like I feel it and it kind of sucks. And so that's why I haven't got into the whole like being more like live streams and stuff like that. I don't even like shitty comments, like I
I
was
think
leaving.
it's been a test.
I was leaving.
Honestly.
Like I was leaving, I left comments on like on Steven's channel way back in the day, and trolls attacked me there, and like it's crazy the attack energy that's so prevalent that people are so willing to do in the metaverse. When if they were face to face with me, they wouldn't dare talk like that.
Well, we should treat it like the information that we're looking at. Look at the source. If it's a shitty source, I'm not gonna put a lot of weight to it. If it's a great source, I'm gonna be like, damn, man, they're right. I'm wrong. Okay, I need to learn this. But the sources are dog shit. You guys are losers. No offense. No offense, but like I've got a job, 2 kids, a full-time life, and I still find time to research and do live streams with you guys and have a good time. And the rest of these people can barely formulate a sentence without tripping over their own thoughts. And I at a certain rate, you kind of feel bad for them.
Well, half of them are not sleeping, Tony. Like I sleep 6 hours every night. I've always kind of been that way, but there'll be people that'll start streaming long before I go to bed, and I get up in the morning and they're still streaming. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? Like, have you worked out today? Have you had your personal care? Have you did like anything, like balance?
Just like any addiction, they can't moderate it, and therefore they're chasing the dragon, and they will never catch the high that they're looking for.
Exactly. It can't be maintained. That's one of the reasons why I'm going to be streaming in the evening, because, when I evaluate my life, my lifestyle, that's kind of where it fits in, and I'm trying to find a balance with it. And that's why I'm consciously trying to maintain that balance, because that's the only way something can be sustainable. You could do anything out of balance for a certain period of time, but it's not going to sustain itself. The ones that will be successful in this endeavor are going to be the ones like Tony was saying, where the ones who learn how to navigate and build the skills and ability to navigate the energy that's encountered in this endeavor are going to be the ones that I think are going to prevail long term. Because the reality is, you have to. It's a joke what we're talking about now. Like, somebody thinks they're a big dog if they could hold 130 people in a chat, and somebody else is so-called small if they can only get like 40 people. That's insane. Those numbers could change overnight. Like, it's such, relatively speaking, the differences between creators are so small. Somebody can come on and start doing a stream and get 30 people in their stream and then 60 people the next day. But are you going to be able to maintain that over 6 months, over a year? It's like London Man. He comes on, he does this thing. I come on, I do my thing. You have to just do it. You have to put it out there. My theory is that if somebody can be as close to their authentic self as possible, if they could be truly authentic, then they'll...
Dang, Z, you cut out.
No, you were on a good roll.
Dang.
The universe knows he's on a roll.
I was feeling where he's laying down, too.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
Am I back? Yeah, sorry. I'm still on the road. I've been driving. But I guess my point is that people are going to... It goes back to the energy. If you express an energy, people who resonate with that energy will be tuned to it, right? It's why resonance is a real thing. But to me, it's about... Okay, so getting back to what we were saying, I think so many people start down this road and they end up stopping because they face the necessary challenges that come along with it. We'd all love to think we could just come on here, present ourselves, people would be respectful, or they would just leave you alone, but that's not the case. And I think it refines people, because I'll say for myself, I don't know about you, London Man, since I started doing this a year ago, I'm a completely different person than when I started. Like, I'm changing and learning through this whole process. So it's the effect that I'm having on others, it's likely having a greater effect on me. And that's the true energy exchange, and that's the value exchange with this whole thing. Is I know I'm growing through the process. And that's another thing with certain content creators. The ones that aren't growing, they're just going to be stale and they're just going to die, because the ones who make it about them and it's all about their ego, they're never going to learn, they're never going to change. I've learned from the process in ways that I'm probably not even aware of. So because of that, I'm able to adapt, and I'm able to come on here and do this. But I do think it's an energy game, and I think whoever can realize that might be successful here. But there are pitfalls. Like, I don't know if our friend Bex is here in the chat, and she talked about this last night about her learning process, because when she came on, she was resonating with certain communities, and all of a sudden she starts getting all this smoke from certain people, right? Like, next thing you know, all these people are like making fun of her, and she wasn't aware of the certain energy dynamic that she was participating with. And you have to learn those things. Now, she could have stopped right there. She could have got scared. She could have packed it up and never came on. But she pursued through it. She learns, she grows, she moves on. She becomes refined. Anybody who's doing this the right way is becoming refined by the process, and it's much more than what people think. Okay, the stakes are high, the stakes are real with
You're
this.
talking about alchemy, Z. That's the philosopher's stone. You have to go through the fires of hell of yourself before you can refine yourself and crystallize.
Transmutation. My first panel was with
Fucking
Brian
A.
O'Shea and Paul, and let me tell you, I almost never came back, but I was like, no, that ain't going to be my final time on a panel.
I used to help a big YouTuber who treated me like a hidden slave in the corner that like didn't like me or want to talk to me or associate with me, even though I was feeding him a lot of his content that he was talking about, you know, only to
Right.
get burnt in the end, you know. And finally I run into London here who seemed to want to appreciate, you know, someone's information, and it's helped me blossom. It's a lot like, you know, Z, what you said about resonance. You know, you put 100 pendulums, vertical pendulums next to each other, all at a different tune. You give it about 5 minutes, they will all resonate and go into the same click with each other.
Yep.
Well,
It's called
you know,
resonance.
that's where true creativity can be expressed in those environments. That's why I shy away from environments that are opposite to that. Right? Once I feel like somebody's trying to control me, and this has always been the tendency in my life, it goes back to what Pamela and Tony were saying about the empaths and the empathy thing. You know, once I could feel that energy being expressed towards me by somebody else, there was a time in my life where I would try to ignore that energy, and then I would basically enter into some type of codependency with that person, what you can call a codependent type of relationship, where then I was being, let's say, you know, that's the energy vampirism that people, you know, talk about, where people are feeding off your energy. It's destructive. But as
Yeah.
I've matured, I've learned to identify that quickly. And that's been my issue with like other channels, right? So say I was participating with a certain channel, and I'm like, oh, you're just trying to control me now. You want the dominant role. Okay, I'm not going to give that to you. So I'm going to choose to move away from this relationship. And then you see the true dysfunction and psychopathy come in when these people, they can't accept the dissolution of the relationship. And then you see their true, it's like, I'm sure many people could relate to even a sexual relationship that they've been in with somebody. It's just energy. Whether it's sexual, any interpersonal relationship, it's an energy exchange.
It's
When you try to
avoiding the
pull away from the
individual.
top,
They want you to be them. They don't want you to be you. So every time you're
right?
you get attacked. Every time you're them, they go, "Yay, Z, you're the man.
Fact of the
You
matter
fell into
is,
the trap again."
yeah, they don't want you doing better than them. They want you to do well, but not better than them.
That's an old saying. You'll never be criticized by someone doing more than you, only less.
Right. And, you know, I mean, people call it narcissism, sociopathy. There's a lot of words that we put on it, but what it really is it's that energy thing. And I agree, because they're not actually recognizing you for who you are or valuing you. You're just an extension of their ego at that point. So as long as you can serve their ego, you'll be in their graces. Otherwise, they do the classic tactics. They vilify you. They do the smear campaigns. They besmirch your character. They set out to destroy you. And
Let's
it's
try to isolate you, Z, like they did you.
Yes. But if
well,
they succeed, how strong were you to be in that position?
right, exactly. And I think from them, it's just an infantile response. They're actually just behaving in a
It really
way.
is.
Uh, I look at it as they're just expressing a level of emotional maturity that likely was stunted during a period of great trauma. Okay,
It
so
has to, because like Tommy, there's no reason to tell somebody to have a shotgun for breakfast, which I think was the last few things he said to me on a stream.
oh well,
You know,
he might not even be human as such. So we might have to use
you could be right.
completely different rules when we talk about Tommy because
Yeah, that's
I'm not
true.
sure he operates off the same principles as most men or women.
He's the first robot.
I've been saying that.
And unfortunately, they gave that one too much meth, like in RoboCop, where they had that robot hooked on heroin to get it to do what it wanted.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. That's crazy.
No, man, I used to get that half of my life. People would always tell me I was like a chameleon or too nice. And, I got to realize over my experiences in my life of being an empath that I had no choice but to be a part of every person I was around, because I have no choice but to absorb a part of you when I'm around, whether it's what you say, how you act, what energy you have, and all that. So who I am has never really been me, but a compendium of everyone I've ever been around. So I have nothing to do but to thank everyone I've been around, including the assholes like Tommy.
I went on his show the other night, and of course it devolved, and he kicked me out, and went down. He's telling me,
What else is
yeah, who would
new?
have thought? He's like, I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb because we obviously live on a globe. I said, Tom, I'm not here to talk about globe, and I'm just here to sit here and talk to you, man. Can we just be normal for a second? No,
You don't even
of course
call me
not.
my name.
What happens, Z?
I don't know, man. He goes after everybody. So my new theory on Tommy is he's just in a LARP, right? It's a complete LARP. He's playing a character. It's somewhat serious, but like not really. And he's just caught up with it, and I think he's like lonely. But he said this fucked up thing, which of course we call his whole. Okay, so he went like this. He said, "Oh, I entered this whole metaverse. Like he's basically above us." Here's what he said. He came in here to drop knowledge on us. Has he given you this one, London man? That he's basically above all us. We're all like the dregs of society, like losers, broke, poor, idiots, uneducated morons. And he entered our world to like educate us. And now he's fascinated with all our behavior. That's the fucking rap he was giving me.
Oh,
In my
wait,
mind,
Z,
I'm thinking,
I just wanted to add real quick. What was his motel number again?
what? His motel number? What are you talking about?
I'm just kidding.
Is that where he lives?
He lives in a motel, dude. No joke.
I thought he lived in a apartment complex.
Yeah, that's what he says, but he did a live stream with us once where he was walking around on his camera outside, and somebody said in the chat, they go, "Is that a Ukrainian motel?"
Well, here's the other thing. I asked him because remember he was big money guy, right? He was rich. We were poor. He was crypto rich, and so I asked him. He said, "Well, I never said I was like rich. I meant like, how did you know I didn't mean like rich in spirit, rich with God, rich in my soul?" And I'm like, "Oh,
No,
so now
that's
you're
the same
changing the
crap he
story
pulled
around."
on us when we said a yo mama joke, and he goes, "My mom's dead," and then we felt bad for it, and we started talking about it for a few minutes, and he goes, me and Luke from Ancient Historia were talking crap on him and razzing him a bit, and he goes, "Well, she's not really dead, but like metaphorically, she's dead to me." And dude, like, I just started laughing at him, like, dude, get the fuck out of here,
Well, I'm
you
going to
crazy
assume
motherfucker.
I'm going to assume since he called me ghetto trash that he was projecting about himself. Just saying.
Is he here,
Yeah.
Tommy? If you're listening, I don't know if London lets you on his fucking panel anymore. I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't know.
What's going on with you, Tommy, man?
He walked his dog like 4 hours across town to go get a different charger for his iPad to do streams. So I don't think he really has a lot of talk about other people's situations and being losers.
Yeah, it was completely inaccurate. I mean, I live nicely, so I think he was talking about himself. I'm not.
He said he
suffering in
found a
any way.
griddle in the alley and went home and cooked on it. Like, you don't know if that was used to make meth or heroin.
Wow.
Well, it's the same thing that comes from me with like Gorilla Boy, Mr. fucking Gorilla. Because you're a loser, you're not going nowhere. And in my head, I'm like, you know nothing about my life. You know nothing about me, dude. It's a pure projection. Like, you're so, I got all this money and everybody's donating all this money to me. I'm like, okay. But 3 years ago, I had a beautiful $500,000 home with a fucking in-ground pool and 2 brand new cars and a fucking career that you can only dream of. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, great. You're making money, so that makes you successful. I've been there, done that, home slice. I'm already on a different path. It's like, it's such a projection to assume these things about people. It's like, no, I left that lifestyle because it wasn't serving me in so many ways. Don't project your bullshit on me. Tommy's had the balls to say to my face, that I'm basically below him because he's coming in here. I'm like, dude, you have no clue what my life is. That's the hubris of people, to assume that's that short-sighted nature that people have. It's like, don't project your experience onto me. You actually have no idea about my life. Zero. Right. You're assuming. You don't know anything about. You don't know my current financial state. You don't know my current social state. You know nothing about me. But yet you're going to make all these false evidence
surgery to minimize the size of his lower jaw, and he'll leave you alone.
Who? Tommy's lower jaw?
No, Paul.
Oh.
He's
well, I don't know. That might be something.
Cro-Magnon man, fucking like anchor-looking jaw. You can tell it's heavy. Maybe that's why he's mad. It probably hurts.
Oh my God! Well, he makes fun of everybody's
else's
knuckles
hurt from dragging on the pavement already. So, like, come on.
That's
Look,
what
I don't understand how somebody can claim to be an independent, sovereign being, a quote-unquote solve-sit, and they're proud because they don't have a license, but yet all they do is travel everywhere in the passenger seat of their girlfriend's car, which is registered, licensed as she has her license. You say you're a man on the land and avoid taxes, but you just live in your girlfriend's house, who obviously pays taxes, who has a job.
Uber.
It's a joke. It's a hypocrisy. Okay, fine. Here's the problem with people when they start making it personal attacks. If somebody wants to come on and talk about civil liberties, if they want to talk about these quote-unquote solve-sit theories, keep it to that. If you start attacking people, calling them loser failures because they have a license, you just become a hypocrite at that point. That's the problem with attacking people. Once you start attacking people, you're going to lose because they're just going to attack you back. They're just going to dismantle all your bullshit. It's crazy.
Female in nature.
Right.
It's emotional. Why would he be attacking people if he didn't feel inferior? Why would he need people to have minions over that he literally said the bullshit works on the broken ones?
The solve-sit stuff is just a means to get people in the door, because my first time on that panel, they didn't ask what I was about, where I was from, why I was there. Brian O'Shea, what's your chest size? Paul, same damn thing. Like, I'm just saying they're not there. They're not there for truth. It gets people in. It keeps it draws people in, but you see the same people doing the same thing, the same panel. I've been in this panelverse for a year now, and there's nothing changed over there. Nothing.
Well, it goes back to what I said. Where's the growth in that? Where's the growth? But where can it go from there? It can't go anywhere.
No.
Okay,
It
so
only goes
mine is
backwards or in a fucking circle. And I'll be honest with you, man. When somebody talks about something more than 3, 4 times, like I'm done with it. Like, fucking stop. You're driving me crazy. It's neurotic.
right. It becomes insane at that point. That's why, like on
Yeah.
my show, I is my mic still working? Mic check.
Yeah.
Mic check.
You're here.
Mic check.
You're here.
You're still good, bro.
I think his audio might be cutting out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
1 2
Yeah.
1 2 1 2. Mic check.
You're
Yeah.
here.
Message received.
Oh no, the walkie talkies aren't working.
Yeah, mic check. Got you.
Say 1 2 when you can hear me, Z. Say 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 7 8 9 10. Yes, I know I skipped the unimportant ones.
I'm gonna move him and bring him back. Mic check.
Z went through a dead zone. He's probably switching between towers. You have to go through the handshake of both towers. So he might reboot here in a second, but yeah, I can relate where he's coming from, man. And half of these people just seem to be broken people that are actualized in their opposite natures. And I don't think it's really beneficial to themselves.
Well, what
You know.
gets me is they live in their cars and then they're in random parking lots and they want to tell me, someone who has a year's worth of food, my family's taken care of, dinner on the table every night, how to live my life and what to believe. I'm like, no, we got a problem here. Like, fix your own life and then try to tell me about how to live.
Well, don't you think these people are actually exuding their personal lives instead of exuding the information they put forth? Because people that are more solid in their own personal natures aren't going to exude their personal problems. They're going to exude their information because their problems are their own. They are adults. They deal with it themselves. It doesn't become the overarching factor of what's heard, you know? And that becomes a little obnoxious at a certain point when the person's ego becomes more important than the information that's being talked about at hand, you know? And that's where I have a problem with it. Fine, you want to talk technical? Talk technical. But you know what? Don't talk technical just so you can try to talk over people's heads, because then you're just being an asshole.
Right. Well, what's the saying that, people who talk about other people, they're basically low consciousness, and we should talk about topics, ideas. That's the highest form of discussion is ideas, because it's depersonalized. You're exchanging ideas. You can challenge your belief systems. Personal attacks is low. And, people will say to me, well, why do I engage in it? But the reality is, it comes back to the word of the night, alchemy, is that I realize they're never going to stop. So if you're going to be everywhere that I am constantly, I have to have ways to deal with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you're just going to be there. Because what I did, Tony, like I tried doing like the tried and true empaths fucking, playbook. Just kind of pretend everything's okay. Try to reason, try to rationalize, try to, come to some common understanding. You can't do it with these certain energy types. It's impossible.
No,
They're
that's
just
at
always
the
going to be there.
detriment to yourself.
Right. So it's like, okay.
You want to destroy yourself in the process?
Exactly.
Go ahead.
So like what happened like with last night, I went on Talcots for an hour. We talked about high level stuff. Once the energy changed, okay, let's go here. I'll just clown you. Okay, your minions are going to, think I'm the clown, but everybody else who can hear what's going on is going to be enlightened to what a clown you are. Because when people present smear campaigns and people do these gang stalking narratives, if there's no counter narrative, people will just believe what's presented to them. Like I've had people come in here because our mutual friend Voynich, you're probably in the chat, I don't know, much love. Voynich went around and told everybody that I'm a Jewish Mossad / Swiss mercenary. Ha ha ha, real fun. Do you know how many people have come to me that are in the same circles as Voynich and said to me, "Oh, you're Jewish, right? You're half Jewish." I said, "No, I'm not Jewish." I said, "You're Jewish." They said, "Everybody told me you were Jewish." So people just, when they're presented with a narrative over and over again, they just unconsciously receive that, and then that becomes the narrative. So unless I could be here saying, "No, I'm not Jewish. There's nothing in my background that's Jewish, and here's the evidence why not. You can go find how I'm not Jewish." Then they say, "Oh, I get it." So if I just sit back and let these people continuously attack me, first of all, that's really weak on my part, and lets them destroy me with their energy. Now, I don't have to play into their energy. I don't have to become them. But you're damn right, I'm going to match that energy in my own way, and I don't care what you say about me anymore. And I'll just do it over and over and over again because it just makes me stronger and makes you weaker. But
It
the
does,
weirdo
but
mentality, these people, like,
the pendulum swing explains that when you participate and return comment, then you are participating, then you become the reflection. So then you will take that energy in. So if you want to take it in, you better be stronger than the energy you're taking in. Can your positivity outmatch their negativity? And that's an honest question, because for every person out there, I guarantee you it's not what you think it is. If it bothers you, it doesn't. If it doesn't bother you, you're exactly where the fuck you need to be.
hell yeah. Hell yeah, man. And, a lot of this is kind of like Pamela said, is that, I can feel the potential around certain things, right? And a lot of it's logical. Like, I could look at people on YouTube, I can see their successes, their failures. I can incorporate that into my mentality, my mindset. And I said this to Talcott the other night. It's about planting seeds. Okay, so you see how we're all here and we're having a nice, we contributed to what I think is a nice experience for the listeners, right? We embodied a nice energy for people, and that's what it's really about. So now I could sit here and be like, "Oh, fuck this! I'm here talking, and people, London Man's getting listeners, and I could see London Man start doing good, and London Man's maybe he's teaming up with somebody else, and I could be like, oh shit, they're doing great," and I could get in my feelings, or I could be like, "No, awesome! I like London Man. I like what he's about. Let me continue to foster a relationship with him." Then all of a sudden, 3 years from now, maybe London Man's popping big time, right? And I'm doing good. Now all of a sudden, the seeds that I planted with this relationship then come to fruit at some time in the future, right? You see? So in ways that we don't even understand, and it works to both ways. London Man probably looks at Z and he's like, "I vibe with Z. Okay, we can make this work. Let's fucking go." Now, maybe I pop in a year. Now all of a sudden, London Man, boom. It could be anybody, but what? If London Man was of a different mindset, if I was in a different mindset, if we were egotistical, if we were jealous, if we were short-sighted, we could look at each other and be like, "No, well, I'm not dealing with him because why am I going to give him content?" And he could look at me in the same way and be like, "Yo, I'm sitting on some gold. I'm not going to go over Z's channel and drop gold. That shit's mine." What are we doing? Our ego's getting away, and then we actually are working to our detriment. So that's my mindset right now. So I don't know who's going to be the one that's going to break out of this metaverse, but I am damn sure somebody is going to break out of this panelverse, and it might even be something who we're not even looking at. Some dark horse who comes along, they got the right thing. I think it might be Talcott. I think it might be fucking Talcott, man.
Hey,
Because
honestly, I'm kind of one-sided. Call me biased. I think it's London. If you think about intent, and if you have somebody on your side that has the same intent as you, that intent grows exponentially, which is why Jesus actually had 12 apostles who would all pray about the same things he was thinking about, and that would amplify his intent times 12 to the exponential power. So if London's
Right.
got somebody right by his side all the time, then he's exponentially already growing 2 times faster than everybody else will.
Here's why.
That's cold.
Here's why I say Talcott, because I think his message could resonate amongst a lot of the fucking normies, right? Like, I think Talcott's message is like one that would be more easily adaptable.
Yeah.
When you got people like Z or London or all these people being like, oh, by the way, like that sky, when you look up, that might not be what they're telling you it is. Like, that to
I would
me,
try, but you can't be Jack without a psychology degree. He's wanting to change the human condition, and you can't not do that unless you understand the human psyche. You just can't.
well,
And
but
unfortunately,
he's
Joe
Jack.
Cool does not count as a sidekick.
Going to
Sorry.
the UN is not going to
Not
end
sorry.
all wars.
Sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry.
Much love, Jack. Much love, Jack.
I love Jack. I just don't agree with him on his, like, when he says going to the UN's going to end all wars, when wars is what this realm is like, seems to be what it's based on.
No, you want to try to change the human condition because he's not dealing with governments and extremes. He's dealing with a few people. So you need to understand the people that you're dealing with in a psychology realm. Otherwise, you're not going to stand on top of the information, and therefore you understand it. You don't overstand it. You're not the master of it, so you're subject to what everybody else is questioning you about, instead of you going, no, you don't question me. I'm going to pose you with this question. And stand over that information by diving into it. I try to do it in the background a few times. I was kind of rejected with what I sent to him. I feel disheartened. But, you get that when people are overwhelmed by the information and they say that they want to do these builds, but you realize it's more of a social experiment for them, and to fulfill that boredom. We can lie and say that we need money, but we would still do our jobs if we didn't get paid. What the fuck else do we have to do? So
Right.
stop bullshitting
Well, like
yourself
Tony.
on these levels.
Right. Like an Indian tribe. Did they have money and stuff? Here's what I want to. I've said this channel before. Like, my next evolution in my presentation here is to bring the panelverse to the normie, right? So, go out in public, to a public area, like, I don't know, like, see how London Man's in London and they have, like, the tubes or the subway, whatever the fuck they call it over there, like, they have the same thing here, right? Like, and, and we have, like, so picture me, like, in a New York City subway, right? But I have, like, a huge monitor, so as we're doing, like, this London stream, other people can come by and watch it and get on a microphone and participate. You see what I'm saying? Like, So just like we had that guy Jay or whatever who jumped on earlier, right? We can have just random people come on and participate in the panelverse. Now they're being introduced to something that there'd be no way that they'd become acquainted with through the digital algorithm. If you're the average
new information,
normie,
you're right.
See what I'm saying? So now we bring them in, and it's a two-way exchange. So now we get to see how they react to this information that to them is going to be so foreign, strange, and outlandish. And then we get to see how they go in there, and then we watch. And then now, boom, you might get 20 people 19 people that just laugh at us, that make fun of us. But there's going to be that one person who's going to be like, wait, what? This guy thinks Earth is an eyeball? I never fucking heard of that. Let me subscribe to his channel. Let me look into it. Right? Boom. Now all of a sudden we got all these people coming in. So now we have this dynamic where not only do we get to expand our content, but we get to fucking bring other people into the fold. Because what's the point of us just saying the same shit over and over again to each other? The real power of these communities and these discussions is being able to. Because here's the thing, like when I talked to Tony tonight and like, he was going into his shit about chemistry and hermetics and I was kicking my shit. See, I was learning from Tony, and I bet he was learning some stuff from me. So then we exit
Yep.
this conversation, not only me and Tony, but everybody listening, everybody else who participated. We all grew a little bit energetically. Everybody grew energetically from participating in it, right? But why should we limit that to ourselves? How can we bring this energy? Because if Tony's right, and I think he is, about resonance and how energy builds exponentially, the reality is these conversations have the potential to expand in ways that we could probably only even dream of. So how do we do it? Who's going to be the courageous people? It's really more about creativity than courage. How could we break this matrix, this mind control enslavement that they have us in? Because I think it's about creativity. Because what does this how does this matrix control us? Through routine. It's about routine. They want us in the same jobs, having the same conversations, in the same relationships. Then the matrix can run its programming and can run a little sim games on it. But when we use our creativity, our divinity, and we basically interject that into the endeavor, I don't think they could stop us. I think we may be the ones that pose the greatest risk to this control matrix.
Yes,
It may
it's the
be
routine
this
we gotta
conscious
break.
community.
What is the routine? The routine is the circle. I was talking to London about this earlier, and I saw the Ouroboros. It's a perfect circle of the snake eating its tail, death eating itself. And then I saw other depictions in alchemical texts of it just biting its tail and a little part coming off that made it look like a Q. And then I realized that the only way to break the circle is the question. And that's why it starts with the Q, because the Q is the only letter that shows the break in the circle. It's alchemical, the question. So you have to find the question that moves you, the question that makes you feel so fucking, it like gives you tingles on your arms. You're like, what the fuck was that? I just found the right question. And it creates that motivation. That's how manifestation works. It starts in your heart. It's the magnetic center. That's where all creation exists, in your second mind, to where it creates the idea, and that moves to your electrical mind, and your mind moves it into codified reality by logically figuring out how to do it.
Yeah, rock and roll. All right, London, I'm in a bad area now, so I'm going to keep losing connection. Much love, everybody. I appreciate the conversation. Thanks as always, London, dude. It's always a pleasure. And
Badass C.
Pamela, Tony, peace out, everybody. Much love.
Good to
Peace
see
out,
you,
Z.
as always, Z.
Much love. Good to see you, bro.
Good stuff, man. He got me excited. I apologize. I didn't mean to overshadow you guys.
No, y'all were perfect, Tony.
Okay. I get that way sometimes because I could do it for hours straight, but I don't want to be like overarching.
No, y'all were fire.
I couldn't stop, man. What he was saying, he was hitting on so many points that I'm already at myself, and it's coming close to unlocking that truth, like where London's at with his work, and it's so tied together, and yeah, I do get pretty excited about talking about it. I'm not gonna lie.
I was resonating with you when you were talking about like getting the chills by asking the right question, because I know when I'm doing my inner work and I come across the right question, or I come to a realization, I know I'm in the midst of divine truth when I feel those chills.
You know how I knew that? In every movie that I watched that was inspirational to me, there was like a comment or a quote that was like, made the person kick in their special power. There is no secret ingredient, and all those statements we hear in these movies that just clicks the superhero into play. And that made me think that each person has their own statement that they need to hear, that's a very concentrated statement that would move them in their lives to completely shift them to the path they need to be on. And that's kind of the mission I've always been on, was to find how to discern that between each individual, including myself.
I was also resonating with what you said about manifestation and stuff. And I think so many people get it wrong is because they don't know how to see with their heart.
No, it's usually affected very jadedly, which you can't blame them because we're in a society of damage and distress and, chaos, and the sky is always falling, and, the constant cataclysms, and it's just constant fear. How are you ever supposed to find any peace, to where you could believe that this place could be something great, But I can tell you through the insights that I've had, the euphoric feelings, being able to feel the goodness in some people's natures, besides being more empathic to people's negative natures, I have definitely gained more positives than I have negatives. But it just depends on how far you want to go. It's just not for everybody. Like don't go finding the enlightened path unless you want to be like a guide to other people. So some people it's okay just to be, or just learn some information, be a good person. Don't be a guide if, somebody else is going, oh yeah, the esoterics, this and that, because you know what, there's a lot of pitfalls and it can make you think your life is sucks and it can make you think about suicide. So,
Isn't that
I
what
don't
happened to the Law of One writers?
actually, believe it or not, in the Carl Jung videos where he goes deep into the shadow of the psyche, there are suicide disclaimers on the videos.
Because I'm pretty sure the writers of the Law of One or the people that channeled it, one or two of them did indeed do that.
Wow.
Look into that because I am almost 100% sure about that.
Well, it was possible that some of those people that were there were being affected by the Orion group, which, believe it or not, there is a fourth or a fifth density group that is negative in orientation, which
I
would
know,
be
I've
the
read
evil
about it.
entities that we know of affecting us in a bad way through negative influence of waves. Yeah, I've listened to the Law of One material probably about 30 or 40 times, and there's 103 episodes.
Yeah, I'm still working my way through like my third. I've only went through it 3 times, but I get something different each time.
There's actually a correlation between the Law of One raw channelings from the 80s and Edgar Casey's work.
Interesting. I need to look into Casey more. I've studied a lot of like Dolores Cannon and some modern people, but I hadn't looked at Casey.
Yeah, there's actually a Casey Institute. Like, he's not just known as a person in history, like, there's people still continuing his work. And he was known as the sleeping healer, but he also did channelings of Atlantis, about the densities, about the human animals that were the first beings to come to this density. That were they basically chose their design of animal part human that they wanted to be, but they got stuck here because they didn't realize that the being of animal nature would make them forget their spiritual connection, and they got stuck here. So then all the rest of the people, all the way up to the 7 densities, decided to come down into physical reality in some form to help get everybody out of the stuck situation. Now, the humanimals were, that's what they call them, humanimals. They were turned into slaves, but because they were still connected so purely with spirit, they died off. And then humans were created to be the next evolution of slaves in the list before the cataclysm. So you see the bird head people, the tiger head, those were the first version people that were here, but they weren't created by the Sumerians. They came into existence as these beings because that's what they thought would be a pleasing form.
Yeah, I definitely highly recommend to anyone for some good esoterics. The raw channelings, Law of One, all that stuff. They're amazing.
Right.
It's deep though. It's not for those that like to stay in the shallow water.
No, yeah, it goes into Jesus. I mean, they'll tell you he was a sixth dimensional being or a fifth dimensional who was about to progress to the sixth. And instead of doing that, he decided to come back down to the third to share his enlightenment with others. But the experiment failed and he became the sacrifice. But if you're at that level of density, that's why he couldn't commit any act of violence or stopping his own death, because that would go against his spiritual advancement in the fifth, almost sixth density.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why he had to allow himself to die to prove that point, and therefore he became the martyr. Like in the raw channelings, they told the channeler that she could increase her channeling power if she were to think about herself being the martyr. If you can put yourself in that mindset of giving your life over for the group, then you somehow increase your potential, which is your thought intent capability.
It makes sense.
Right.
And maybe because you're not service to self anymore.
Right. Service to self doesn't work unless you're 95% positive, which only works for Buddhist monks because they're completely separated from society where they can have a peaceful environment. But for regular people, that doesn't work. So if you go into service to others, the law states you only have to be at 51% positivity in life. You can still be 49% negative and still progress through the densities of understanding to connect to every other part of yourself. So I suggest other people to give their energy to other people and be service to others, and I guarantee you the universe will definitely return the favor in kind.
Yeah, I've never been shortchanged.
You think you are for a while until you understand what's going on, then you realize you are in control of it the whole time.
But when you understand that you might give in a certain area, it doesn't mean you're going to receive in that area. You'll receive it in another area.
Right, it's never in the asking.
Exactly.
The ego asks. The soul is what you need. That's why they talk about it in the densities. When you go up there, you'll hear 4 different voices. You have your own voice, which sounds like you in your head. You'll have a female voice, a masculine voice, and then the highest of all voices. So the male and female would be your higher density selves, the mother and father, and then there is the overself, which would be your all being, your all soul, which would be your 7th density self that knows all things. And that's supposedly what Edgar Cayce had access to. Which, believe it or not, the law of one channeling, when Cayce did his channelings, you do your channelings and they basically explain, are you channeling other self or are you channeling part of yourself? And he was channeling Ra, meaning that Cayce was a reincarnation of Ra.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, I'm going to have to check that out. There's so many, but I think with I don't know, I resonated with the law of one, so let's move that up the list.
It just takes time,
I was drawn into it because of the concept of the Wanderers, and then there's the New Age concept of the Starseed, and then there was so many different correlations between all of that, and then Dolores Cannon's material, and so I know between all the material I read, the truth is in all of that somewhere.
Yeah. Do you know Dolores Cannon actually explains the Mandela effect? Because we talked about the slit experiment and nothing is real in front of us until we view it. And she explains that these are just possibilities that you're seeing. These are just fractionated possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not
Interesting.
that somebody's changed time or there's time warp or you're remembering this and that. It's you perceiving it that way, closer to the resonance of that universe where it's different, and it's other people resonating where it's closest to the other universe. There would be no Mandela effect if everybody forgot the same thing. Everybody would just forget everything. But the only reason we notice a difference because some remember it did, some remember it didn't.
Interesting.
Yeah. But a lot of the people that go out there and talk about Mandela effect don't want to talk about it. So you know what? I'm not joining their panels. I don't want to talk about it. I don't.
Yeah,
I
some of
like
those
London's work.
Yeah, I like London stuff, but some of those panels are kind of cringe after a while when you see how people like talk to each other and how they conduct themselves.
Yeah, they could definitely feel a hot air balloon.
Yeah.
It would fly, it just would only go up. Oh shit.
Oops.
Sorry, I
That's the
spilled
asterisk.
something there. Apologies.
I thought it was the asterisk going over.
Yeah, kind of. I'll deal with that later.
That's a funny handler. Skilled loser.
What's
I
that?
saw that. It's a funny name.
Oh shit. Skilled loser. That is class. And the face on it as well is hilarious.
It's beautiful to see all the new people here tonight.
Yes, most definitely.
It was cool of Jay to post the link on his wall.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, salutes to that. Yeah, that was good.
So Jay, if you're listening, welcome back, and any of y'all, welcome back anytime.
Yeah, for real. Got plenty more things to show you guys.
Yeah, we went deep, man. We got a few AI holy books out there. We had Z pop up. Went through the densities and the trolls. Man,
We
I think
we
we
had a
hit it
laugh at
all.
the first of the show.
Yeah.
That fire intro.
I have to get outro for that one. Ooh, I forgot about that.
I
Damn.
didn't.
Oh shit. Yeah. You know, I forgot though. Oh my god, you lot are lucky. Well, you two are safe anyway because you got wrenches. I was meant to block all the white folks the other day. It slipped my mind.
Woo!
Yeah, lucky. Lucky.
Hey, you know what? I'm not white. Technically, if you look at me, I'm red.
Don't let King Stephen hear you say that.
It's just crazy given the optics of like most of the people on the panel half the time. I don't even know why someone would say that.
Right? Bye, white people.
Yeah. It's wow. You're not even black. You're not even brown. You're not even James Terrell. Who am I? Who am I? Who are they? Who am I? That's very cool.
Yeah, it's impossible. You know, there is no such thing as the color black itself because it literally means the absence of color.
Exactly.
Otherwise, at the top of every rainbow, you would see black.
Tell him.
No offense, London. You are brown, but that is a non-existent color as well. You are a darker shade of orange.
Okay.
Yes. Look at the color wheel. Tell me where you see brown on the color wheel. You won't. You'll just see dark orange, and then you have to go to orange, and then you have to lower the tint.
So I'm an orange guy. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I noticed some of those lovely ladies you were showing the other night. They had very orange skin. Besides the darkest one, I think those are the old blue people from the Hindu times.
Okay.
Because everybody else has that orangish hue. She had like that blue hue. She's the one from the Wakanda movie, right?
Mm.
Yeah. Supposedly considered like the darkest woman on the planet.
Got you. Yeah, I think even James Turrell, what's his name? Stevie Cameron, when he got asked one time by somebody, they asked him, why don't you whatever put black people in your movie? And apparently he said, I do, they're just blue, you don't pay attention.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Wow. They're telling you, man.
Yeah. Out there. Auras.
That's wild, bro.
It's like how they showed you in Soul. Remember in Soul when Jamie was black and blue? It was like a blue soul.
Exactly.
Mm.
Blue. You guys are blue or orange. I'm red. I know I look white, but I can tell you what, my skin is more red than it is any other color.
Do any orange cells in the body? Any?
Maybe I'm just pale enough that you can see through and see the color of my blood, but that would be untrue. Otherwise, my skin would be purple.
Venus Cupcake in the house.
Salute. Yeah, I think we got Z cooking pretty good there.
Oh, wasn't he though?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Brilliant stuff. Mm.
I'm excited he's on the hermetic path because I'll be honest with you, that means you could end up having any outcome, which is always exciting.
Yeah.
It's not predictable like some of the other flat subjects that are out there, no pun intended.
Mm. Blow that shit. Final words for these lovely ladies down there and gentlemen.
I will let the young lady go first.
Great time as always. Looking forward to the rescheduled show coming up, and it was an awesome show. It was nothing but a good time and good vibes, and it's great to see everyone. Hey, Venus. Much love, and much love, everyone, and I'll be down in the chat. Thank you, London.
There you go. Respect, Pam.
Badass,
Thanks for
Pam.
jumping up. Appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all. You have no idea.
You rock.
Hey. Yeah, good stuff. She's good folks, man. Good folks. I can align myself with good energy like that.
Heck yeah, we made it around the block again, and I think we cleaned the block up a little bit this time instead of marring it up more.
I agree.
No, man, it was a really fun build tonight, man. There was a lot of information. I know sometimes I get on my rants. I wait for my moments. So I apologize, but I felt like it was some good time to integrate.
Yeah, no, you're brilliant. I mean, I was meant to put on the show today, right? There you go.
Right.
There you go. Well, that's what we did.
Hey, you didn't disappoint.
Oh, exactly. That's what we did.
Cool.
That's what we did.
I'm glad I came through, man.
Mm-hmm. And you know me, obviously, when you guys are doing your thing, I'm quiet. I'm in the back looking at stuff, profiling, bam, bam, bam. Come across some more stuff. Some more stuff. I was on that topic with the Allah and looking at the woman laying down. I thought, let me go and look at something. Found something crazy. Gonna blow your
Wow.
mind away, bro. Gonna blow your mind away.
Hey, that's why I knew the subject was going to go to the densities and the hermetics and stuff like that. You know, I was just waiting for it to get there.
Mm-hmm.
It matches up with the micro to macro, the beasts, all that. And yeah, man, I'm excited. It's only up, bro.
Facts.
That's the only place to go is up. So I'll give salute to you. Peace to the panel. Thank Z for coming up and the new guy. Salute to you, Jay,
Mm-hmm. Oh yes,
and all the
yes.
new people. Yeah, it was a fun show tonight, man. So I'll let you close it out. And like always, brother, peace. Get a hold of me tomorrow. Much love.
Much love, my man. Appreciate you, TT. Always, you
Always,
already
man.
know. Thanks for jumping up. We'll link up.
Ain't going nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Peace.
Peace out. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Hey, we're back again.
Do what you believe in what you do, and the inner light that you possess inside will guide you through. Do what you believe in what you do, just live your life. Every day is like the next, forever looking for the best in life. Take a look inside your head, come and tell me what you read between
There you go. Music's always good for the soul. Music's always good for the soul. Definitely. Big up everybody, man. Yeah, I enjoyed myself. It was a good show. Good little live. Right. Brother Yeti-o in the building. Yeti-o. Family-o. Brother-o. Hey. Yeah, big ups, man. Got Lizzo dancing on the dance floor. Machine Coyote out there, no doubt. Thank you for coming. Cheese. Ruled by Saturn in the building. Yeah, we do it different, man. They don't like it, but unfortunately, someone has to do it different, right? Someone has to do it different. Brit in the building. Tell them next time you see them basket, say London's the best. Right? That's what you tell them. London's the best. Oh man. Yeah, good stuff. 420 if you got that, by the way. 420 if you got that, bitch. 420. What that? Let's see who's live real quick. No way. Could never still be. He's still alive, yeah? No, can't do that. Sorry, that's dead. No way. Sorry, Jack. That vibe just was draining. I don't know who that was, but no, I'm not gonna do that. Who else? Oh, Axis. Let me see what Axis is up to. Is he still alive? Let's have a quick look.
Conversation with somebody if their name calling me. I'm going silent at that point. What I'm really saying is I'm not going to engage. But if somebody starts arguing even louder, I said, so you're going to try to be the louder dog. I said, you're losing the battle now, because if that person was doing it on purpose, they've won. But what happens if they're doing it and they don't even realize that's their habit? I'm just keeping quiet so you can actually hear yourself. Dare not me even ask them that eventually. So listen, how did that serve? And who did it serve? If they're aware of themselves, it served their self. So where in your life did you grow up thinking that for some reason you never got hurt as you're doing the same thing to yourself right now?
Yeah.
It's a perpetual cycle. A person gets molested. Some of them have to understand it, so they do it to somebody else, or they do it to themselves. And I'm not talking about molestation sexually. I'm talking about they'll abuse themselves in other ways. Some people start becoming cutters. Other people start drinking because they're harming themselves. They're keeping it alive. And that, well, I'll use the term inner child, is thinking, I don't trust anybody. Why? Because the adult I don't trust myself. Only I could do at that point, Axis, is keep quiet. So I'll do that right now, actually.
That's true, Dom. I'm right there with you. I like to experience my inner child, and I have a great relationship with my inner child. We
Well, I don't want to take up too much more of your time, ladies and gentlemen. But I want to say thank you for coming out. I am your host, London McLovin, London man, London Spilsberg, Mr. James Terrell, aka Black Daddy, aka Black Jesus, aka Get the Job Done, and many other things, right? But I want to thank you, everybody, for coming out, showing your appreciation, showing your love. Appreciate you guys. Thanks to my people who joined on the panel. Appreciate you guys. I just need it real around me. Just need real, that's what I need. Just the realness around me. So yeah, salutes to that. Look after yourself. Love over war. Lay low.
Losers. The demons are going to get sealed in here. That's their fate. They're going to be sealed in here forever. Forever and ever and ever. So you want to follow Team Evil, go ahead. You can stay here forever. How about that? That's what's going to happen to them. You can stay here forever and ever and ever. Oh yeah. Come on, Team Evil. Come on. What is it showing for likes on my video? Can anybody see that? What's showing up for the likes on this video? Tell me what number it shows. $300 watching right now. It's showing. Is this a little bit of sorcery? You see that? Usually there'd be 30 likes right now. Can't miss you. Can't miss you. Takes up a whole room. Yeah.
I can see it in your restless eyes.
311 watching right now.
The truth you could not disguise.
This realm and its creator. Do you worship a creator, Dark Realm? Benton definitely has sock accounts, that's for sure. $335 watching now. This is great. Keep those numbers going. I'm going to put a spell over this whole fucking place. I'm going to put a spell over this whole fucking place.
Bex, your magic is very interesting. I saw a Lumitard fucking. It's working.
I know. It's because Miss Yolander talked about that Kundalini spell. Whether you're fucking or fighting, you're not planning your next move.
I'm going to put a spell over this whole fucking place.
I wish you could shelter me.
I'm going to put a spell over this whole fucking place.
Shelter me now.
I'm going to put a spell over this whole fucking place.
Now I know how it works, so thank you. Thank you very much for the acknowledgement.
You're welcome, Bex. And by the way, Hank, is your blood coagulated yet enough today?
Who knows?
I have to reconcile with that little devil in me that just likes to. But you know, it's like I don't do it on purpose. This guy is making a fool of himself all on his own. He doesn't really need me to laugh at him. He's like, you know, I believe I'm not the only one who's fucking having a good laugh right now. So yeah.
Yeah, King Stephen has to do something about all these artists. They're just watching him and laughing at him. Oh my! He has to do something about the artists.
Okay, it's like a gang of autists.
Yeah.
Well, that's not bad. I mean, let's start a band called the Autistics.
I'm gonna put a spell over this whole fucking place. I'm gonna put a spell over this whole fucking place. I'm gonna put a spell over this whole fucking place. I'm gonna put a spell over this whole fucking place. I'm gonna put a spell over this whole fucking place.
Ms. Bex.
Cold. JG,
Ms. Bex.
is it cold in there?
Ms. Bex.
You look like you're cold. And your mic is muted, by the way. Okay, and okay, this guy's talking now. Damn it, I'm missing it. This is your fault, JG.
Easy. It's easy to do.
Ms. Bex.
You will be reported beyond YouTube if this continues. You're getting into territory where you're really mental. You need some mental help. You're talking about me in public. You've got issues, real issues. So if you want to be reported, keep going. But I suggest that you stop the behavior that you're doing, is smearing, slandering, the behavior of talking about me, calling me a serial killer, all this stuff. You can be reported for some of this
Genuine
stuff.
question.
Them diamonds.
Yeah, them diamonds. He's a
Diamonds
diamond.
don't have sense. You mean they don't laugh?
They only
They
know how
only
to
give
do.
medical advice.
By the way, did you see him talking to Mr. Jimmy Shively last night over there on Zombie Tom's channel?
Oh no! Now you're bringing the news. Hold on a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got the news. I tell you, I'm good. These people,
Okay, I wanna hear this.
Well, I tell you, these people think I watch their shows.
Ms. Bex. Ms. Bex. Ms. Bex. Ms. Bex.
I'm gonna put a spell over this whole fucking place.
No, because they don't see it, Tommy. Like Jimmy Shively is so culted up. He doesn't see the lies, the manipulation, the spin. He doesn't see the gross nature of what he's partaking in. He's completely fucking closed off to it, bro. And he's completely fucking closed off to it, bro. And he's completely fucking closed off to it, bro.
And the 32-inch inseam. I'm all leg. My ass is heart-shaped when I'm bent over, too. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
Hey everyone, I just want to give you a shout out to all of my subscribers. Mad love to you. I'm on a walk here and it's a little bit chilly, but it's not too bad. It's snowing a little bit, raining a little bit. It's kind of not quite freezing rain, but it's getting there. It's getting a bit slippery. Anyway, I hope you're having a great day today. Here's the ice there. See? There you go. Thanks for subscribing to the Sandy Machine. It's the cream of the crop channel on YouTube. And we bring the madness. We bring the madness. Thanks for watching, everyone. Take care, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
You can come up on panel and talk to me like a man, dude.
Oh,
Right? You don't have to sit here in the chat. You don't have to sit here in the chat putting emojis, Jimmy. I'm here. You can talk to me, dude.
That's the boomer how
Right? Come on, man. We know you got the cheddar. We know you got a fucking smartphone, dude. You're supporting a 6'3" obese gorilla's food and cannabis habit. You're likely paying for half the rent he has to pay that 54-year-old skag that he lives with, Jimmy. You can get up here and talk to me. Give me a break.
It's like we'll do things different over here. And we do different than that different guy does different over there. Shout out to Mr. London, a.k.a. James, a.k.a. Black Daddy, a.k.a. Black Jesus, a.k.a. Brixton Boy, a.k.a. London Spielberg, a.k.a. oh so many things.
Where's that? Where's that? Where's that? LAYLOW, much love. Peace out, family.